How? Why did you hit yourself? I didn't hit myself. Oh. Sorry, I'm busy reading through my YouTube comments that people have been leaving. That's why I haven't started stream yet. There's some good video ideas that people are leaving me. Meow, meow, meow. Ow! Ow! Holy fuck. That's why I love you all.
Beatsticked94 just bought catnip for 3 months.
Yo, thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for the prime. Thank you for the mechanic explain videos on your channel. You're welcome. I'm happy that people have been liking them so much. It's so weird. It's one of those things where it's like, when you make the video, you feel like maybe it's like a waste of time and that like everyone knows these things. But then you get so many comments that are like, so, they're saying thanks for making these videos, and, they're so helpful and things, and it really encourages me to, like, make more of them. Which makes me really happy. Okay. Okay. TLIDB is still not updated? Yeah, it's a bit annoying. Dude, I need to stop playing so much Pal World. Now is not the time to be playing Pal World. Now is like peak TLI creation time, and my ass is just logging onto Pal World and playing that shit for like 10 hours straight every day. And the worst part is, like, I'm not even that far in progression yet. Because I had to, like, reset my character as soon as I got to, like, the point where progression would get interesting. What the fuck is this character?
If you want to make the perfect recipe, you have to.
If you want to make the perfect recipe. So, okay, chat. Here's what I was thinking. So, the main videos that I want to make is starter tier lists, as in like tier lists for your league start. Okay. But the way that I want to do it is going to be a bit different from usual, because I think there's not that much value to be gained from generic tier lists. Like if you look at a tier list video usually, like if you're on a Dawn video or whatever, I think those tier lists do not provide a lot of value nor a lot of information to like the community, because a lot of them is kind of difficult to compare. It's very hard to compare like a melee attack build to like a fucking caster to like a minion build, for example, you know? It's very hard to do that. And I think doing those comparisons are kind of pointless to an extent. Dawn's tier list is the math one, right? Yeah, but his math is like wishy-washy math. That's just fucking NA math. He's from NA. He does NA math. So what I was thinking for like the tier lists is to split them into categories. So instead of trying to like compare every character, because if we're being realistic, there's never going to be a one-to-one comparison between a character like Rayhan 2 or like Rosa 2 and a character like Iris 2 or a fucking Moto 2. You know? Those characters just function so extremely differently the things they excel at, the things they struggle at, are just so extremely different that like trying to, put both of them on power scale is a bit iffy. To some extent, you could argue something like, "Oh, this bull just has like the best clearness, the fastest, and blah 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 blah." But it doesn't really like ever give you the full image. And I think realistically, if you're someone playing an RPG game, you don't go into an RPG game and then think, "What is the strongest build?" You're just gonna play that. You generally have a type of build that you want to play. Like, you want to play the fucking bow build. You want to play the caster build. You want to play the fucking flicker strike. You want to play the melee attack build, or the minion build, or whatever, or the dot build. And I think instead making tier lists comparing various characters within those categories makes more sense. If that makes sense. Minion players aren't real, just a psyop. So what categories are there? So the first one is just melee attack builds. Melee attack builds. There's obviously ranged attack builds. There's casters. There's dot casters. Would I group? Okay, I feel like if we split these up too much, it just becomes annoying. Sentries, fuck off! Like, I'm not making a sentries video. It's like, bro, if you start doing like Terra, sentries, it's like, man, I'm fucking putting 2 characters on a tier list. I'm putting 2 characters on a tier list. Overall is good. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what? I'll fall for the bait. I'll fall for the bait. It's not like anyone's gonna listen to what I have to say. And then minions. I think those are like, what, the 5 main archetypes in the game? Is there like a 6th archetype that I'm missing? Like, okay, Sage doesn't do it your all. Caster, minion, melee attacker, minion, dot, caster, dot, I'm not sure what people play on 3R1 and 2 at the moment, but it's probably just caster. There's a few things you can do. Like the gemmas are a bit versatile, but generally I would say like melee attacker, either melee attacker or ranged attacker is what they would fall into. But you can also play obviously casters on them. Caster, ranged attacker, or melee caster, melee, ranged attackers, and melee attacker. So that was the first thing I was thinking, right? I wanted to split these builds into each character into like builds or like into archetypes, and then actually do tier lists based off the archetype. And then the second thing I wanted to do was, instead of just focusing on like, oh, this is S tier, this is A tier, this is B tier, more so focus on showing off the build. And make it less about like the tier the character falls in, and more showcase the type of setups that people generally run on the character. So those were the two like things I want to do. So I guess the first thing is let's just start off with melee attack builds, because the melee attack builds are pretty easy for me to do. Mostly because, you know, mostly because I kind of have like a rough idea of where I would put all of them already. The only ones that I'm like unsure about is probably like Rayhan 1 and Rosa 1. And maybe some of the Gemmas. There's definitely a bit of uncertainty, but like I think I can figure it out. So then the next step would be I need to actually go and find builds for each of these characters. Hello? Oh. Is it league starts of find builds? It's just combined. It's just the combined experience of the character. I mean, generally a character that's gonna like do well early is gonna do well late game. You don't think people play Ran 1? I also don't think people play Ran 1. I will. Okay, so for the tier list, I guess it's sort of this. For the tier list, I'm not sure if we're gonna have an unsure tier, but we'll have an F tier, which is gonna be the re-roll into this tier. This tier is literally just gonna be, instead of leak starting the character, just re-roll into it. Why does it show re-roll is wrong? Like, hello? So we'll have the re-roll tier. Is it re-dash roll? I don't know, but it looks weird then. If you do re-dash roll, it looks weird. But if you take it away, the red line is annoying. This is like actually... Okay, re-roll into it. Reroll isn't a real word. If I put a fucking capital there, it shouldn't have a red line. Because if I capitalize it for all the fucking dog shit AI knows, it could just be a name. Okay? Just leave me alone. Maybe it's just not a real word. It's a site. It's an app. If it's an app, it's a name. Think about it. Is Google a real word? Tell me, is Google a real word? No. But if I put in Google, it's not gonna fucking show a red line. Just saying. Just saying. Although I guess Google has been added to the dictionary. Google is a number though. Isn't that a googplex? Google number. I'm pretty sure it's not a number. Yeah, Google's not a number. What are you saying? It's literally not a number. You're just cooked. It is, but different spelling. That's not the same fucking thing. They literally wrote Google Google. It's not the same thing. You fucking retard. Oh my god, my mods are stupider than me. And I'm already fucking stupid enough. Top 5 to top 10 sorrows for the new season in a tier list way? I mean... The problem with top 5 starters and top 10 starters is like... Okay, here's how I think about it, right? If I make videos going over each archetype, you can just take the S tier in every archetype. And that's your like top 5 starters, right? Like I don't think there's a need for like a top 5 starters video. Because yeah. I think playstyle matters a lot. I think having fun and like playstyle is gonna be like way more important for starters. Would you have a fastest profound category? Fastest profound category is just gonna be all the melee attacker builds, and then some cheese builds. Like I think range attackers are gonna get profound pretty quickly. I think anything that is like either a melee attacker because they're like very overtuned, or it's like somewhat off meta and decently insane scaling, like some niche builds and stuff. All of those get to profound really quickly. But like if you're playing something like Selena 2, there's gonna be some people that are day one Selena 2 profound. But if you're not one of those people, you know, you're gonna be paying 10 times what they're paying, which kind of makes it difficult. So it's always an issue of like balancing out like it, I guess the issue that you run into is it's an economy based game, right? This isn't the single player game. You play the game single player, but your progression as a person is determined by the economy. So it's really difficult for someone to tell you just straight up this character's gonna be the best to push to X rating or like whatever. Because there is just a universe where the economy is just really bad for that character. And we can somewhat predict the economy. Like I can predict already and tell you that attack-based builds are gonna be cheaper than spells and dot builds. Like a lot cheaper. Because I know for a matter of fact, like this is not a question in my mind, China is going to play the new hero a lot. Selena 2 is going to be one of the most played heroes on a release, like, ever. I think Selena 2 is going to be as popular as, like, FIA3 was on release. Because China loves built-in automation and mind control and those sort of playstyles, and Selena 2 is literally the mind control, but on steroids character. So because of that, like, we know for a matter of fact that dot builds and spell boards are going to be really expensive. I will make that clear in my videos as well. Like, if you want to have a cheap time, you should play an attack build. Because it is just really expensive to play Selena 2. Selena 2 is just so expensive. Rosa 2 Berserking Blade as a start out difficult FE for the first two DATs compared to, like, let's say Yoga or Erica 1. Rosa 2 is like probably one of the strongest starters in the game. If I had to choose like a strongest character, like I don't truly believe in like the concept of like a strongest starter or something, because again, it just there's probably always going to be some like super hyper niche setup. But if we're discounting super niche setups that do very specific things and abuse one mechanic that is like super overtuned and makes infinite money, you know, if we take away those like very niche situations and we just look at generic starters, I do think Rosa 2 is probably the strongest character in the game. If she's not the strongest, she's like definitely top 3. Without doubt top 3, but probably the strongest. And like part of what makes her so strong is like if you play Rosa 2, like it's pretty consistent that like most characters will have like 1 or 2 people that push to profound day 1 on their character. Rosa 2 is gonna have like 5 to 10 people every leg that get to profound in the first 24 hours. Which is like the big gap between her and other characters. But I don't think she's like the only character that's capable of that either. I think there's a lot of like potential in other characters that people don't really go for. Like I think Erica 1, for example, is a highly underutilized character. I think Erica 1's like true potential and stuff isn't really pulled out because a lot of the builds and setups that you could like play to really push out that like full value from her are very like unfun builds. They don't feel good to play. They're not, you know, they're not the nicest things ever to play. And the builds that are nicer to play, you know, then you're competing with like the Rosa 2s, you're competing with the other Erica 1s, and it becomes a bit more expensive and you need to be a bit more competitive to reach that profound. But that's just, sorry, I did my iPhone. But that's just the thing that's like always gonna be the case with that's just the thing that's always gonna be the case with like this game and just builds in general. It's just some of the strongest setups that I've ever like seen, like setups that like did SS23 star like day 3 of the league, things like that. There are always builds that are like everyone knows those builds are overtuned, and when I say everyone, I don't mean like every single person knows about them, but more like a lot of like the high end community, people who've been playing for a lot of seasons, people who have been around the block and stuff, are aware of those builds existing. They know they're overtuned, but mechanically speaking, the builds just don't always feel the best to play. But the person who did play that league, like they did one specific farm that was really good. No one else really was doing the farm, and then the slates were like 10 FE each because they're just doing a deterioration build. And no one's playing deterioration for that season, and they just end up getting so much damage for free because there's certain things in the game. There's always going to be a set price. If you have a priceless item, crafting your priceless item is always going to cost the same. It doesn't matter what build you're playing. But the variables that come in is like, how much do your bases cost? How much do your slates cost? How much do your Euro memories cost? Now, Euro memories are always going to have like a base price, because there's always like a certain value to Euro memories and stuff, but some things have a very, very low base cost versus like other builds. Where like, you can drop a fucking Fallen Starlight that's worth like 10k FE early on, or even 5k early FE on, for like a meta Selena slate, like a Selena 2 slate. Or you can drop some godly slate for a super duper niche build that one person was playing, list it, and it just never sells, and then that one person is just gonna buy it from you for like 10 FE. Just like always like the big thing. Cat, stop yapping and start with the tier list. I mean, okay, so yeah, we have to reroll into a tier. What other tiers do we want to do? So I think for S tier is gonna just be like, I guess, the overall best of archetype. Just overall the best archetype at all points of progression. Then how are we gonna split A and B tier? I guess B tier could be like struggles to get rolling, where it's like characters that like once you do have the money and stuff, they like start to come together, or like maybe they need a lot of money to like reach damage cap and stuff. I don't know. It's so weird in this game because pretty much any character just reaches damage cap without like any issues. The only thing that can really like prevent you is some characters kind of just get bottlenecked in the early game. I don't think getting bottleneck and like the late game is really a thing anymore. I think most builds just get infinite damage eventually. Maybe like it gets stuck too. Because when I say get stuck, early says mid game, you know what I think of? I think of like a lot of dot builds. I don't think it's that big of an issue these days anymore. But back in the day, like dot builds, or actually like I think Spellburst is a good example. If you play Erica 2 Chain Lightning Spellburst, she actually hits a very big bottleneck in the early game, where you reach a point where the only way to progress further is you need to like get your spellburst set up. So you need to get your Salt River, you need to get your Surgical Inspiration, Burst Activation. But on top of that, you also then need to get a like Priceless Wand. Because before she gets like her first Priceless Wand, she just kind of struggles a bit of damage early on. And I think that's what I have in mind when I say like get stuck early in mid game. You need like big items to get over the hump, while other builds kind of just naturally get over the hump and like get to those high tiers without needing, without needing prices here essentially. Why attack builds much cheaper? Attack builds are much cheaper just because the character being released this season is Selena 2. She's a caster, like a spellcaster. And on top of being a spellcaster, she's also going to be like very, very popular. Is the new better update good for Sim 2? Yeah, it's very good. Tier list, perfect. I can practice rage betting you for League Sword. Thanks, bud. Thank you, so. So avoiding dot builds would be cheaper. I think avoiding dot builds will be cheaper, but the thing about dot builds is really interesting. So dot builds are, I guess, okay, how do I put this? The main thing that you're avoiding when you're avoiding other builds, I mean, this is gonna be a good thing to actually like write down. So what do builds compete on versus what they don't compete on? What do builds compete on? So if you play a build that is like meta, what exactly is your competition? What exactly is making it more expensive? I think the first and obvious one is going to be slates. Generally speaking, slates is very limited in supply, and any meta slates, especially like a meta Gods of Knowledge slate, is going to be very expensive next season. A meta Gods of Deception slate is going to be very expensive. A lot of the foreign starlights are going to be very expensive. I think priceless bases, especially early on. I think it's mostly a problem early on that some priceless bases are very, very expensive in like the early league. But later on you do run into issues with like your T0 bases, where it's like, you know, if you need to get focus blessings, for example, on your wands, that becomes very expensive. Whereas if you were playing like, I don't know, a 2-hander, for example, you can get +2 focus blessings for very cheap. I don't think Euro memories is that big of an issue. At least in my experience, like, no matter how popular or how meta build has been, I've never really struggled getting like at least one mod Euro memory. And generally speaking, like, the one mod is way more important than like the second good mod. Doubles of the pack spread attacks. What's the pack spread? Oh, yeah, I guess the pack spread attacks is what? But every dot build runs. What is it? The Reap King. Fuck, I forgot the other two. But every dot build just runs the same 3 pack spreads. That is true. But there's a lot of variation dot builds, which is why I'm mentioning this right now. Okay, what do builds not compete on? I guess you remember it's only really a problem in extreme cases. But one character where it is like a massive issue is Iris 2. In Iris 2, like, it's so utterly important for her to get +2 Euro levels that like Iris players will literally buy out the entire market and just completely got the market. Okay, if you ever played Dotski, you don't have the bets. I mean, that's fair. That's something I like about the Ignite build, though. Ignite builds are really good because you don't use all of the dot bets. Something that can also be an issue is weapon sequences. If you're playing a meta build, like, a lot of the meta weapon sequences are going to be very expensive. Plus, it's overrated, they blah 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 blah, they readjust alpha gen for Ice 2, blah blah blah. Okay, I understand that, but I'm using it as a historic example. But I will keep that in mind and say in previous seasons. I'd be able to like 100k plus. Good falls. Where is tier list? I'm working on it, Novender. Novender. Okay, I know already what you're gonna say, but There's two characters that I don't know too much about when it comes to melee attack bolts. So this tier list is melee attackers, okay? So we're doing Rayhan. I mean, I'm not going to go through every year we're doing. How good do you think is Rayhan 1 and Rosa 1? Rayhan 1 is not an attacker? Oh, fuck, what do the people play on him then? It's fine, we'll get to it when we get to it. 40 minutes of starting the tier list? Unlucky, bro. We're just trying. You're asking the vendor what he's starting. You're asking the vendor what he's starting. Yeah, the vendor's for sure gonna start Mortal 1, bro. You're so fucking stupid, killer. Holy shit. Asking the vendor what he's gonna start is like literally going up to fucking. He's going up to like the file and asking what the default's gonna start. The default's just gonna start the new hero every fucking season. Unless it's a minion hero. Obviously, the vendor's gonna start Rosa too. Well, like, it's like asking Legolas what he's gonna start. Like, yo, Legolas, what you starting, bud? What you starting, bud? If everyone says Ryan 2 is a small burst build, you're fucking saying those memories aren't league survivable? Rayhan 1? Oh. I mean, I don't know. I know Ren wants an attack build, even if it does the weird train shit, but we'll get to that later. The whole point of this tier list is we're not just gonna rate things, we're actually gonna do a lot of research. Listen, I'm gonna keep it a buck 20 of you guys. If you guys wanted the tier list to happen right now, it is not happening right now. I'm gonna spend the next maybe not 2 hours. I'm gonna spend the next hour doing research on every single character, looking into builds, asking people who I trust on various characters, gaining information, and then compiling all of that and making like a 30-minute video where not only I rate everything, but I also like showcase the builds off and give people valuable information for their time instead of just giving people, oh, yeah, my vibe check says this hero is F tier. Because I think it's so much more valuable in this game to actually go through builds and really look at what people are doing, how fast people are progressing, etc., and presenting that to people, rather than just fucking going tier list because I felt like a bitch. Sage should be an S tier. Just saying, bud. Just saying. I think Iris 2 is kinda... Isn't Iris 2 kinda shot in the face? Ubi was kinda despairing in my DMs about Iris 2, I'm not gonna lie. Both of these two characters suck dick. I think Bing is... Bro, Bing is better than Karina 2. There is no universe you think Bing is worse than Karina 2. Bing is just like, does just like 10% more damage than Karina 2. Wait, China calculated? But Ubi was telling me that China was like losing their shit over Iris 2. And that Iris 2 looks like garbage and stuff. But I guess they changed their mind. C2 is almost S tier. Void did the math on it, and Bing 1 just has more damage than C2. Like, Void did the math, and Bing 1, if you take his damage trace, instead of the automation, and you just play like motionless or something, or you just manually cast, has 10% more damage than Karina 2. I think Bing 1's gonna be really fucking broken. Deep first day hidden profile? Where's Ryan 2, bro? Ryan 2 is also getting deep since day 1. Erica 3 unironically gets profound day 1, by the way. Erica 3 gets profound day 1. I don't know if you've been how much you look at China. But every fucking season I look at Billy, and there's always like 3 different Chinese people that play Erica 3, and they upload videos of them being Deep Space Day 1. And I'm like, bro, why the fuck are you playing Erica 3 and not just like a real melee character? And then every season Erica 3 gets nerfed. I'm like, bro, these fuckers are the reason Erica 3 keeps getting nerfed. The thing is, you can say swipe masters. I followed their build codes, and I swear to God, these players are legit. Their build codes actually make so much sense. I genuinely believe they are legit players. I don't think they're swiping at all. I think the amount of FE they earn and the time frame that they earn it is completely reasonable, and both you and I can do it. It's just these people just like fucking find the most like crazy like items that they prioritize. It's like so sometimes I look at what they prioritize, like what the fuck they went for that, but then it makes so much sense in the build. I refuse to withdraw from my own sanity. Bro, Gemma 1 and 3 in no tier is actually psycho behavior, by the way. Okay, Thea 1's wrong, Gemma 1's wrong, Gemma 3's wrong, Sage is wrong. I don't know shit about Thea 2. I would need to ask Morty. Erica 2's correct. IS1's probably correct. Moto 2, isn't Moto 2 like kind of good? I thought Moto 2 is better than Moto 1. And IS3 should not be this low either. Moto 2 dead after patch? 07. 07. Actually, I did ask Morty, let me see. Okay. Okay. Blah. I think the biggest problem until I is there's so many things that makes you stronger, but don't know if it's where to go, memory or sites or base, etc. My biggest suggestion for that would be to just do some testing. Like I think something you could do to get better at this game and to learn like better how to spend your money in FE. Focus shots can have really good progression. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I think something that's gonna be like really good. Oh my god, I'm getting shot in the face.
Rated my stream with 111 viewers.
Holy shit! Thank you for the raid. Mia, you ruined so many league starts. Yes, I what's your expert opinion on Sage? But yeah, I think something that what are we talking about? I fucking lost my. What's it called? It's not called focus shot. Isn't it? No, it's focused shot. Yo, Ben, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, Ben Derry. Look, I forgot what we were yapping about. I'm sorry, Chad. Whatever. But why can't you just play this on Bing too? Yeah, I don't see why you can't just play this on Bing too. Oh my god! I showered today, I do not need a spray. Okay, anyway. Let's start off with looking at Rayhan Anger. So, okay, wait, let's do criteria that's gonna go into this build. Okay, wait, fuck me. Let me do one thing at a time. Pedigrees is a good one. Pedigrees are gonna be way more expensive. Sites we mentioned. Prairie is like always gonna be the same. Slate brand materials are gonna be really expensive for meta builds. Inverse prisms are always gonna be the same. but your specific prism might be more expensive. Same with Euro Memory Revival. I mean, I'll just do that. What other borrowed power does this game have? We already mentioned prices, spaces, right? Yes, we did. I guess corrodes. And just legendaries in general, but especially the corrodes are like a big issue. So welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, welcome in. I mean, I don't know, I'm not gonna make an intro. Listen, if you don't know who I am, I'm someone. I do things in videos. Oh yeah, Canvas was a good one, thank you. And Kismet is another good one. I honestly think you don't even compete on Kismet. I think Kismet is mostly just generic. Someone I used to know. I am a cat, say it. Meow. Cold Spectral Slash. That sounds based. Cold Spectral Slash sounds based. When will they update TLIDB? I'm so worried about when they're updating TLIDB because I need to make my Sage guide for next season. I cannot make my guide without having TLIDB because the changes to the fucking skills matters so much, and they don't give us all the info in the patch notes, and it's so frustrating. It is so fucking frustrating that they just give us like half of the info instead of just giving us the full info. 5 trillion for 10k FE, ZHP, Sectoral slash Rosa. Next season nerfed for sure. Yeah, it's not getting touched next season. The only way it gets nerfed is a fucking Erica 3 plays, I guess. The only thing they nerf is Erica 3, but then they nerf it in a way that it only affects Erica 3 and no one else. Oh, these devs are so cartoonish. I can't believe they fucking double tapped Erica 3. She for sure deserved that. Yeah, Beltmans are like kind of generic as well. Why is Erica 3 getting nerfed this season? I don't know. I do not know. Did we lock in the Bing 1 handshake? I want to play. I want to play Sage, dude. I don't want to play Bing 1. I want to play either Sage or Selena. You breathe? Wait, can you guys hear my fan? Yeah, tell me if my fan is getting picked up by the microphone. Please. Because I moved it closer because it's like fucking 30 degrees right now. But I can like change the angle if my you read your YouTube chat as well? Yes, I do. You agreed though? I know I agreed though, but I just don't want to play Bing 1. I'm gonna be honest with you. I really want to play Sage. I'm good? Okay. The developer's son is maining Rosa. Yeah, I have a question regarding Backsell. Do you think having Backsell, Spark, and Purple Backsell pet as default seasonal swap when the anchor drops? Yeah, I think that makes sense. I would only use Kong if you're doing like the Backsell boss. I don't think using Kong for like the generic Black Stone makes that much sense. I'm trying to think how many cards it dropped. I know it did drop some cards, but I don't think it's like that many. Is that when you say it for those who don't know me, I do things? Oh, I said that because I got rated on Twitch. Okay. Yeah, I said, chat, is there any other borrowed powers or like fucking bold shit we're missing? I feel like we covered every basis. I mean, I guess to an extent, precise auras, but like that doesn't really matter. The stilts are like bold, like sage specific. Okay. I think you should look into a bot to put YouTube chats this side. I don't know how. Like, I want to do it, but I don't know how. First thing I'm playing Erica, my traitor now? Yes, you are. You will be executed. So, that was the first thing. There was something else I want to look at. Oh yeah, criteria. Criteria for the... That's the other one. Criteria for the tier lists. Or not criteria, but considerations. Consideration. So first and foremost, my own plus trusted friends' opinion on characters' power. So tier list ranking consideration. My own plus trusted friends' opinion on character power. I think that's obviously really good. Proven progression. How fast did they reach profound? Deep space, SS20/21. Mia vibe check based of build codes versus damage. I mean, that's literally just my own opinion thing again. I think these are like the only two criteria for tier list, right? I don't think anything else really matters. This is literally just how strong do I think it is, and if I don't know how strong people I know play the character thinks the character is relative to other characters, especially within their like class. Are goblins removed? No. I think there's a reason why on these sites such as 24 Sword List. I think the overwhelming majority of people who play this game don't plan on rerolling. I think the overwhelming majority of people who are like looking for a starter guide and stuff want to choose a character that they can lock in and play all the way to SS20. I think there's so few people who are actually like going into the game with the plan of like, oh, I want to reach profound day 1, I want to reach profound day 2, etc. The majority of people are like, I just want to lock in a character who's gonna be like somewhat cheap, and it's gonna kill SS20 by the end of like after a few weeks of playing the game. They'll pick you up for SS20 and just suffer for 8 weeks. I mean, if a character... Okay. Which characters are the characters that are doing SS20 first? They're the characters that are also just the best league sorters. Those things literally just go hand in hand. Like all of the characters that are like doing 20 first, doing 21 first, are just also the best league sorters. What's the correct answer for day 1 profound? Vibe answer only? For day 1 profound, vibe answer only? Big one. We're fucking bombing. Bomba. 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 For this SS20, the best way would be low cost HP builds for new players. Bro, I don't trust as I do not trust that at all. Did you see that fight in the trailer? She fucking shrinks the area, bro. People are gonna take so much, like, taking rot damage in that fight. People are gonna take so much damage when they do that fight. They're gonna be eating fucking tornadoes. They're gonna be taking, like, constant ticking damage from fucking the, like, walls, everything. Nevada, I think you're taking things too seriously, though. I think you're reading this and you're thinking too much with, like, your brain, right? This isn't like, oh, the goal is to hit SS20 as fast as humanly possible. What is my setup gonna be for it? This is literally like, I will look at the builds, I will veto the builds, and I will go, this build is complete and utter garbage. No one wants to play this, even if it does a lot of damage. Oh, this build is actually just well put together and it's gonna function well, you know? It's because it's still just gonna be like a tier list of me going through various setups. Because for me, at least, the whole goal of this, like, tier list is to enlighten people, I guess, would be the word. Like, it's not about, like, it's gonna be forever. That's why we're splitting it in 5 videos. That's why I'm splitting it in 5 videos. I thought about doing it for, like, literally just every character in the game at once, and I was like, holy fuck, this is gonna take 10 hours to do. I'm gonna, like, split my tier list into 5 videos. Because if I spend an entire episode just talking about melee attack builds, like, there's so many melee attack builds. I think I want to focus on, like, what do you call it? I want to focus on, like, I want to assign each character, like, a specific archetype. But then another issue that I run into is a lot of these characters have multiple archetypes that they would fit into. Like, if you take melee attack builds, for example, any Demolisher skill build would also count as a melee attack build. And then if we're adding Demolisher skills, we can also add Sage, we can add, yeah, no, it's mostly Sage. I don't know which other character would get the Demolisher skill that wouldn't already be on this tier list. But, like, a better example might be range attack builds. You know, you can do range attack on round 2, you can do range attack on, probably Rosa 1 as well. Like, there's a lot of characters that can do it. You can do it on fucking Erica 1 as well. You know, there's a bunch of characters in this game that, like, would traditionally play melee attack builds, that can also play range attack builds. Whirlwind, question mark? Whirlwind's a bad skill. Dude, it's so funny to me that Whirlwind's damage got buffed by like 80%. Because it went from being completely garbage to being slightly less garbage. And then everyone's so hyped to play Whirlwind, and they're all gonna log in on patch day. They're all gonna fucking equip Whirlwind after the campaign is done. They're gonna start spinning on the dummy, and they're gonna have a 10th of their damage, and they're like, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's so ass. That skill is so bad. I feel bad. I actually do feel bad for people. Okay. Let's do melee attack build tier list. So, melee attacker tier list. So which characters are we adding here? So obviously Rayan 1, Rayan 2, because these characters are literally starting the game off as melee attackers, and generally you would build them up to one. Yeah, Ran 1, Ran 2. E1 and E3. I know E2 can be played as melee attacker, I just would not ever recommend that to someone, so I'm just not going to put it on the list. How do people usually play G1, G2, and G3? Because all three of these characters do start off... Oh, actually, G1 starts off with a range of a spell skill, but... And G2, actually. But G3 does start off with Hammer of Ash, which is a melee attack skill. G1 in the first seasons was the melee warrior. Yeah, like, all three of these years are so generic. I mean, I guess the best way to approach this would be to look at what the most popular builds in each of them is, and just advocate for that build. And not worry too much about, like, what they're playing at the very, very start. So let's look at that quickly. Gemmas. Dude, okay, what is with this shit, by the way? Why is it a Gemma, Rosa, Gemma, and then at the fucking bottom is like the third Gemma, I think? Wait, where's the third Gemma? Gemma? Gemma, Gemma. Like, what is this? Who the fuck did this? Okay, Icelands. Icelands. Chain Lightning, Cold Convert, Icelands. Okay, so I think it's pretty fair to say Gemma 2 is gonna fall in the caster category. G3, maybe Arrow Einaryor, but we don't know for sure. Arrow Einaryor. Oh, the Flame Rebuild, I assume. We can't see, but I assume this is the Flame Rebuild. Split Firebolt. Here's a Ground Shaker. I mean, that's the thing that I'm worried about, because Gemma 3 is always going to be able to play Ground Shaker. But I think for Gemma 3, I might consider a ranged attacker, because I do think, at least from my experience, like, I don't know, Gemma 3 is just a weird one. I mean, I think I'll add Gemma 3 to the melee tier list. Because I think demo skills like Ground Shaker, like the true Flame Ground Shaker build is so popular, it's such a like common to play build, that I do think it's worth mentioning at least. Yeah, she's not being played a lot. And then what about G1? Arrow, Hammer of Ash, Robo. Maybe we need a flex slot. Would a flex slot be the slot I'm looking for? Need a trash slot? We do not need a trash slot. Put them all in the same tier and Eric on top and see chaos. Legolas already did that. That joke has already been taken by someone else. Okay, I think we can add G1 as well as a melee attacker. I mean, it's like obvious to anyone who plays this game that like, you know, I would say like Demuscus isn't really a melee attacker build, and this is like the only legit like melee build from G3, and any of the G1 builds are just worse than the other ones, but like it's so fine to have it. Dude, I don't know. I'm not gonna recommend G1. It's just not good. It's just not good. Like, G3 also okay, but I don't think you should play the G1 build. I think there's just better setups on her. Hi, my queen. Hello. Just a G3? I think the Ground Shaker build is worth mentioning. That build is very good, and I think it is very strong on G3. That build gets played by other Euros, and G3 can play it as well. Or, like, you know, and make it work. So I do think it is worth to keep that. Rename the bottom tier to Mia Cope can't even save these. No, we're not adding a Mia Cope tier. What do you think about Bing 1? Bing 1 seems really good. Sienna 2 seems broken though. Dude, Bing 1 seems good, but Sienna 2 just seems absurdly turbo broken. Demons are the worst for progression. Yeah, they suck ass for progression. Like, demo skills would just instantly, like, you know, go either into the reroll tier or, like, the get stuck tier. Because that is just how they are. I mean, I think it's the same with Steep Strike skills. Both Steep Strike skills and demo skills just have this, like, awkward curve. And they don't even know movement speed unless you're on Sage. I mean, that is true. That is true, because you don't build any attack speed on demo skills. It's so awkward, actually, playing demo skills. I mean, I would probably put her in like a very low tier to begin with. Okay, anyway, let's continue. What other melee attackers are there? Rosa 1 and Rosa 2. And I think that's about it. Don't people just play demo skills on Rosa 2 on Rosa 1 as well? Doesn't Rosa 1 just have like the exact same issues? She's just a fucking demo skill bot. Okay, what the okay, bro. Whatever. Demo skill. Ooh. Ooh. Why the fuck are you on Rosa 1? What? Why are you in Rosa 1? What are these dates? Okay, this is like turbo late league. Like this is just fucking actually just clown circus builds. Okay. But yeah, she's a demo Euro. You build it early on Rosa 1 was bad? I know it's bad, but you know, that is just what people do on her. She doesn't really have other like competitive options. Why demo skills? Demo skills are very powerful. Like demo skills are worth it. Like if you're playing a character that, you know, doesn't just get like fucking turbo amounts of like value out of just auto attacking, like, you know, Erica 1 wants to do her multi-striking. Rosa 2 is Rosa 2. Rand 2 has his fucking backpack. Erica 3 has her vendetta. You know, like all these characters have reasons why they're like attacking and ways to like increase their attack speed by a lot and get a lot of value from attacking frequently. If you're not playing a character like that, and you're just instead playing a character who has just like some generic multipliers and some defense and shit, you get a lot of value from playing the Martial skills, because the Martial skills do a fuck ton of damage. The motion skills are really good. They are really, really strong. They just have an awkward like curve to them. Because the thing about the motion skills is you almost always want to reroll into them. You want to play something else and then swap to them. Because if you force them from the get-go, you're just gonna have a bad early game. You want to listen to me on not ads, Twitch Prime? You can also just spam refresh. I'm pretty sure that like takes the ads away. Ground Shaker experience is doing T7 to side jumping to straight to profound. Yeah, that is literally the Rosa 1 progression. I agree with that. YouTube equals no ads. I did disable ads on YouTube, yeah. We gonna see Rosa 1 changes. I don't even know if she got changed this season. She's nerfed a little? Oh. Unlucky. Okay, so we have our characters. Now we need to find our builds. So I think the best way to do this is just to go quick builds. We go anger. We go sort by likes, and we just look. 10k budget, 1 trillion. Holy. Bro, I don't fucking know shit about Ryan 1, but this character sucks dick, that's all I know. I don't know how this character works. I need Moki to stop dono walling me. Better creators of full progression. I don't think any creators played Rayan 1 though. Although it's probably better to just do this, actually. Yeah, I understand what you mean, sorry.
Meow, meow, meow.
Yeah, I like this guy. Let's see, K8. Oh, this guy's good. This guy's good. Okay. And it goes, ooh, I like this. I like Full Scrown. I think Full Scrown is so underused. It's such a good item. Okay, I also want an SS20 setup that I can show people. Yeah, this is like an SS20 setup doing strength stacking. That we can use, so... SS20. And then I want like a T8 setup. Bro. What is this fucking build? Like, what the fuck am I looking at? Would I cancel subscription? I don't want recurring charges? What are you talking about? I don't know. Google it. I don't even know what you're talking about. Twitch Nitro? Just Google it. Oh, this guy started the league late. Because this is only on 5050205. Same with this guy. Like, these people are just starting the league late and playing on easy mode. This is all train rounds. I mean, there's no other way to really play them. If you're not training... Blah. If you're not training, like, what are you doing? I guess we'll just use this guy's setup. This is like fine. Strongman Smokey? Oh. But again, like, look at this. Like, I'm not gonna show people that. Like, this is like, if you start this late in the league, you know, it's not really, it's really easy done. So I'm not gonna show people that, because it doesn't make sense. I want to show, like, a very authentic, like, day 1, day 2 setup. I kind of want a day 2 setup, but all of these rounds are like a day 1 setup. This guy's playing Savage Charge. I kind of would prefer to show a woman setup. I guess we'll just do this one. Like, I need to stop fucking adding them to collection. Oh, slash T8. Okay, now for Rayhan too. Rayhan 2 is really powerful. Oh, it's not 1k item, I forgot. I mean, this is just like, this is just fucking pumping, dude. He's just fucking pumping. This character is so overtuned. My man has Heart of a Nitma day 1, by the way, and Bondies. Although I'm pretty sure Bondies are like pretty cheap day 1. Okay, I assume this is when he did SS20. Yeah, this looks like SS20 girl. I mean, I know Rand 2 is like super meta. Or the coach we needed. Yeah, so Nevada, what I'm planning on doing is once I've collected all the codes, I plan on actually going through the codes, basically. So I plan on ranking the characters, and then also going through the codes and like talking through the builds for the people. I know it sounds awful to do and like a lot of effort, but I was thinking about it a lot last league, because I remember doing tier list last league, and I had this nagging feeling constantly, where it's like the fucking, what do you call it? It felt so shitty just doing like an overall tier list for every single character, and like that's just it. There's no like guide for how the characters work. There's no explanation for anything. It's just like, oh yeah, this character is really strong early on. This character is really bad early on. This character is really good. This character is okay. This character is fine. You know, that just feels so fucking like meh to me. I feel like I'd much rather like put more effort into content and instead of making it be like, oh yeah, so this character is kind of bad at the game. It's kind of current bad state, but if you did want to play him, this is like what people generally do, and this is what they transition to in the late game. And the reason they do this, they're playing around this trait and this trait, and just like quickly go through things, you know? I would rather have like a 30-minute tier list going over 5 characters than having like a 30-minute tier list naming every single character in the game. Rand 2 got the Rosa Tuner if he isn't weaker. Everything is just too expensive? What do you mean? Holy shit, dude. What the fuck is that command? People find the weirdest commands I made like who knows how long ago. Bro, that shit is like from like 2 or 3 seasons ago. G1 Flame Core, that didn't turn out to work? What do you mean? That was really good. I'm pretty sure Thor played G1 Flame Core and it was like really fucking good. E1 strength tanking is good. E1 players refuse to try it, but it's good. Although these days strength stacking is not even worth it. Like, these days you wouldn't do it, right? Because strength stacking is kind of just not that good. In general, stat stacking is just not good in this game. Every stat stacking build is just worse than like any other setup, really. People still do stat stacking because it's like easy to do, but those builds are just not very good. Wowie, chat. I wonder who's gonna show up when I go on E1. Oh boy, I can't wait to see who this is gonna be. What? I would have never guessed. Yo, chat. Why does Legolas have 10 times less damage than what Satu 1K had a day prior? What happened here? Did Legolas have a bad league start? I don't think I've ever seen a Legolas league start look this bad before. Maybe Eric 1 is bad. We don't talk about lightning shot. What do you mean? All of these are thunder spike. Where's the lightning shot? He bet himself a lightning shot? But all of this is thunder spike. When did what? What did he do in the first 2 days? Because he only swaps lightning shot day 3. Because he changed. Holy fuck, I forgot about the visual rework. Oh my goodness. Oh, maybe I need to play Erica 1 next season, actually. He's so back. Oh, that's so fucking funny, dude, actually. Oof. Okay, sorry, I need to stop looking. Okay, but I don't want to fucking show people a ranged skill. I want to show them like a melee build then. For SS20. Oh my god! Why are people not playing melee on her anymore? Only China plays melee, but I don't fucking speak Chinese. Yo, this guy's based, by the way. Just had to stop by and say that. Why do you have to stop looking? Go back? Might be. I'm sorry, chat. I'll have to go back for you guys. I can't use the build confirmer on. It says current build not found. Here you go. Can I just armor in any character? Yeah, sure. Go for it. Try E1 MC, please. China players use it. I don't care. China literally will play anything mind control because half of them are just mobile players. And needing to click buttons on League Sword is AIDS for them. That's why everyone in China is gonna League Sword Synop too. Like, no meme. Dude, can I not find a single SS20? Please thank SS20 and damage cap, thank you. I will yoink your build. Then does this mean I have to add Erica 1 to like the range attack setup? Because everyone just plays lightning shot now. You're gonna snitch Legolas on taking his build? I mean, his build doesn't fit the criteria of the tier list. So it doesn't make sense to use it. Hey, America. Hey, Russia. You're playing phones? Dude, at my old work, at my old job, I used to play Torchlight all the time. I had an office job, and I worked from 6 to 6, basically. So, like, I would get in at 6 a.m. and work until 6 p.m. And especially in those, like, early morning hours when I was, like, completely alone in the office, I would have my phone open on, like, Torchlight leagues, and I just did Canvas on my phone the whole time. It was so fun. Because, like, anything else you would do on mobile was, like, completely ass to do. My phone would explode if I tried mapping or anything like that. But I loved fucking Canvas so much. Holy shit, it was so fun doing mobile Canvas. And it's like, you'll do, like, Canvas and you'll do a bit of work. Then you'll do a Canvas, and then you'll do a bit of work. And then you'll do a Canvas and do a bit of work. The times were... It was good times. It was good times. Oh, guys, show me this Giga Chad. This Chinese guy is such a fucking Giga Chad, by the way.
Are you looking for a weakness?
Oh my god.
Or just counting my hidden daggers?
Oh my god. My favorite character in the game.
Are you looking for a weakness?
Bro, this game? Further proof Camus is a brain dead mechanic. I was just a goat, what can I say? I'm pretty sure this guy killed SS20. Let me just check. I mean, I'll just honestly just check his gear. Yeah, this is SS20 gear. I don't need to check further. Chromatic shot. Oh my god. Chat, we might have to remove this character from the tier list. From the melee tier list consideration. Oh, we definitely have to remove her.
Meow, meow, meow.
Yeah, thanks for the follow. Arrow of Eye in a jar tier list, though, she's gonna pop off. Not really. She's like the fucking... she's like the 4th best Arrow Einer user. She doesn't even make top 3, dude. She doesn't even make top 3. What about Gemma 1? Because China always plays Gemma 1. She used to be like the poster child of China. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Dude, is this just a new, like... Is Arrow Einer just a new every build sucks skill? Like, every character that fucking sucks, you just go Arrow Einer or you go, Chromatic Shot? Is that just, like, the new meta now? Oh, my character's bad, let's just use two overtuned skills, GG noobs. Do you want that after strength such stack nerf? 07. 07. I don't know. I don't even feel bad about that. I think attribute stacking is so boring. Okay. Rosa 1. The shares? Okay, the Rosa 1 progression is gonna be funny, by the way. Because she's gonna be hard stuck, and then just randomly... Yeah, look at this, look at this, look at this. She goes from 120E, which is 12 billion, to fucking 500 billion the next day. That is just the Rosa to 1 progression curve. Wait, no, this is 100 billion, 250 billion. Did you know it's just bait. I mean, 250 billion the next day is not bad. Ooh, that's not an SS20 code. That is not an SS20 code. Ooh, that's tough, that's tough, that's tough, that's tough. Oh, this guy's a 20 code though. Just straight up 20. 120. On the 27th, I believe it. Chinese to English, German, or Russian. I don't speak Russian. Okay, Rosa 1 20-story configuration is what that's supposed to say. Dude, this is so rough to look at. Your day 1 code ends in time arc 7. Your day 1 code on this character ends in time arc 7, not time arc 8. I have actually never seen a character that doesn't reach time arc 8 day 1 before. Even Erica 2 reaches time arc 8 day 1. Like, that is impressively bad. There's no way there's not a better way to play this, holy shit. But then, as soon as you hit K8, you get to Profound, like, instantly. You could just use my tier list. I was doing the same you're doing right now. I mean, I told you I agree with a lot of the melee characters. Oh god, that means some of the other characters that I disagreed with might actually be completely and utterly garbage. Oh, fuck my fat Chungus life, dude. Fuck my fat Chungus life. Okay, chat, prepare yourself mentally, okay? You're about to witness something that's gonna make you vomit in your mouth, okay? You're about to witness something that's gonna make you vomit in your mouth. Wait, Navender, do I use your code? Or aggro? Do I use Agromorphous or yours? I'm gonna let them choose. Cinema. Only sort of Rosa? Oh, you don't go to SS20? I mean, that's base. Fuck going to SS20. Okay. Oh, okay, that's... Honestly, that is not the best day 1 we've seen so far. Rayhan 2 was better day 1. Wait, what did Agromorph have day 1? Oh, sorry, Vendor have day 1. I mean, Rayhan 2 is just kinda sick with it, you know? Dude, I'm so tempted to league store Rayhan 2, by the way. The new skin has me, like... Has me feeling things, you know? Okay, I mean, I don't need to look at these build codes. I literally know exactly what they're doing. Like, yeah, there's not much to look at. Okay, I think we're ready to make the first tier list. Check my day 2, the 350 billion. Oh, you went Thunderstrike. Jesus. Yeah. What do you farm, the vendor? What the fuck do you farm day 1 of the league? I know what I'm gonna farm, by the way. I already know what I'm gonna farm next league, but I'm not gonna tell people what I'm gonna farm because I'm gonna get so much hate for what I'm gonna farm. But I'm gonna do it because I know it's gonna actually make me infinite money. Gold cube on T8? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was 50-50 between doing gold cube on T8-1 and doing a creation engine 8-1 and doing dark search 8-1 and doing like I mean those three are like the main things I was thinking about. But I don't dude, I don't know if I want to do cube. I don't trust myself to do cube anymore. Oh, at least okay, yeah. This is a sick slate, by the way. Holy fuck, this is such a good slate, dude. This isn't like that disgusting, but this is really good. Yeah, Legend Compass now only drop in Profound Plus. Which that kind of threw my plans up in the air because all my plans included orange compasses. So I'm gonna need to like figure out. I'm gonna need to figure out the purple form. But it should be fine. I mean, cube purple compass is good. Creation engine purple compass is good. You can do overall purple compass. Overall purple compass is really good. I think overall might actually be like really meta next season. Maybe I should make the overall video. Because someone asked me on YouTube to make an overall video as well. Okay, chat. It is. Oh fuck! I need to go piss. Okay, I'm gonna go pee quickly. When I'm back, we're gonna do the video quickly, and then after that, we'll see what we do. I might make like another mechanic guide because I don't have any more lined up. And doing this tier list actually fucking hurts my brain. It takes, like, it might not seem like much, but it actually does. A lot of thought does go into them. But yeah, B or B. Yo. Okay. Holy shit. The fuck happened on my YouTube viewership, bro? My viewership just fucking halved randomly. That's awesome. Okay. Okay. I think we're ready to record this video. I think we're ready. Where's my tier list? Where is the tier list maker? Have you seen this build? Fuck you. Bro. I've never been fucking rickrolled on Billy before. What the fuck? Oh my god, that's actually really good. Fuck you, asshole. If you lurk too long on YouTube, it stops counting you. I'm going on my 10 alt accounts and clicking like so I don't count as lurking anymore. GG notes. Okay. Tier list melee attackers. Just throw your nuts. Just get the nuts out of the way already. Come on. I know you guys want to nut me. Just do it. Get it done with. Fucking assholes. Ow! Thanks. Us, we would never. Okay, let's do this. Hello, YouTube. Did I just want to make a video making my first of many tier lists for the Torchlight Afterlight season. So, in previous seasons, the way I've done tier lists was to just, you know, make a tier list where I take every single character and just go like, oh, this is S, this is A, this is B, and well, there was a lot of logic and thought behind my decision making. It never quite sat right with me as a content creator making those videos, just for one reason. It felt very like the videos weren't very informational. They didn't really tell you anything as like a new player. So I decided going into this new season, I'm going to try out a new format where I'm going to be rating characters within archetypes. So what I mean by that is, generally when I think about archetypes in this game, I would say that like most builds can be split into 3 categories. You're either a melee attack build, a ranged attack build, a caster, a dot caster, or a minion build. And then I'm gonna try and rank characters within each of those archetypes. So like there's gonna be a best character for that specific archetype, because I think that's gonna be a lot more useful for like newer players, because you know, you can kind of figure out for yourself if you're playing an RPG game. It's like, oh, I want to be this melee character. I want to be this ranged, the bow character. I want to be the spellcaster. I want to be the minion caster or the summoner or whatever. You know, and based off that, you can just go watch the specific video and get a lot of good information from that video. But then to actually add a lot more value to the videos, instead of just focusing on like, oh, this character is this good, this character is that good, I want to spend a bit more time really going into detail on each character and talk about, you know, just go a bit more in depth about the characters, talk about the character's hero trait a bit, how it interacts with like the skill archetype, as well as making some predictions on the market of like how I think it's going to be in terms of like cost to effectiveness in the new league, etc. So, with all of that being said, most importantly, the considerations for this tier list is I am going to go based off my own knowledge of the game. I am not all-knowing. I have not played every single character. I have played a ton of builds. I have an absurd amount of knowledge, but I do not know everything. And in cases where I feel like I don't know enough or I need more information, I will be asking only trusted friends. I will not be asking strangers online. I will not be researching on the Discord or whatever, because I do not trust those people. I will be going to people who I know play on the same level or higher of me on the game. I'm going to go to people that are doing SS20 day 3, day 4 of the league. I'm going to be going to people who are reaching Deep Space Day 2. Okay? With all that being said, let's start with the tier list. So, let's just go in order based off of my notes. Rayhan 1. So, Rayhan 1 is, it's a very interesting character. The way Rayhan 1 works, essentially, is he has a hero trait called... He has a hero trait which does, like, basically bursts. Attacks trigger burst once on hit. And the whole concept behind Rayhan 1, the whole way you play him, is you want to scale cooldown reduction as well as attack speed to get as many bursts per second as possible and have your, like, attack frequency match this burst rate. So generally the way that people are going to be playing him is they're going to be playing a skill that can just attack frequently and just constantly trigger burst. So what you'll commonly see from Rayhan players is they're either going to be playing Whirlwind or they're going to be playing Savage Charge. No, I'm going to be showing you Whirlwind because I think that is the more popular setup. And also Whirlwind is getting buffed next season, so, you know, I expect most Rayhan players to play it. But it is notable to mention that you're not really scaling Whirlwind for your damage. All of your damage scaling that you're doing with Rayhan is coming from your burst, which is your hero trait. Now, this is a day one setup that I found from a Chinese Rayhan that did reach time mark 8. This is the gear he had, this is the gear setup he went. A big concept for what these Rayhan players are doing is they're going into True Flame and scaling Affliction effect to gain value from that True Flame. Because if you do fire damage, you know, if you're doing a bunch of fire damage, and you scale fire damage, you are going to be... I mean, it's essentially the same as every other, like, fire damage build that I've played in the past. I don't really know what much more to say about that. Just, Rayhan 1 players do tend to go for full fire convert, and then scaling fire damage. And they do first to fire conversion. But yeah, it's a very basic, generic setup that they do early on. So what the Rayhan players do, which is worth noting, is they play a two-handed weapon. Almost all of them, always early game, use this Armenia's Guillotine. And a very powerful mod that you can really then go for is, other than just doing additional base damage to two-handed weapons, which doesn't have that much value early on, compared to later on, but you can instead do is go for a ton of Inflicted Paralyze effect. Paralyze is actually a very, very powerful mod, and getting a lot of, like, additional effect for it early on is extremely powerful. But yeah, it's just a very, very standard generic day one build, nothing too special about it. If there's anything you were curious about, this is just all the gear that they're using. Now then, going up to SS20, this is how a Supreme Shot on 20 Rayhan build's gonna look like. So, going to SS20, we're still doing the same thing as before for Wind. This is just being used as an activation medium for our burst. We're still scaling all of our damage to burst. And a big way that we're going to be scaling our burst is going to be via cooldown reduction. So, once I get to their gear in a second, it's going to be very common to find they're going to have CDR on their gear. And in this Rayhan's case, you know, they have CDR and they have the Dream Mode CDR. The reason for this is just your burst has a 0.3 second base cooldown. Any cooldown reduction you do have on the character, it does reduce this cooldown. And this burst is just the entire concept of your hero. All that you're doing is just buffing up your burst and making it stronger. And very commonly for Rayhan players is they are going to be going for the strength stacking setup. So they do the full Magnus setup. And then they Vorax Magnus on. You can obviously just use the Magnus chest, but Voraxing it has a big benefit, because like in this guy's case, he has strength, percent strength, and dot damage taken, which that is very powerful. This is actually a very, very good Vorax item to have. Doing attribute stacking, just very, very generic strength stacking, nothing too special to it. With the only niche really being the fact that they're scaling CDR. On top of, you know, the whole bunch of other things they're doing. And of course, they're still playing a True Flame build. So they're still getting a night effect here and there where possible. And there's some very nice mods for night effect, like, and for affliction effect. Like, you know, if you're playing Rift Slate, you can get 15% affliction effect. That's pretty decent. And there's also a orange mod, which I'm not sure if this player has one. It does not seem like they do. But there's also like an orange mod you can get, which makes it that if the enemy is ignited, they have minus all res, which is also pretty powerful. Just giving you some extra forms of penetration on the build. And yeah, pretty much just a very standard setup. So, what do I think about the character? Where is he going to be rating on tier list? Well, he's a really interesting character. I think he's really cool. He's really bad. He's a really, really bad character. I think if you throw enough FP at him, like, he will work eventually if you just keep throwing money at it. But I think it's very common when you look at Round 1's progression curves that they just kind of don't have that insane damage. You're playing like a very weird, funky build, you know. It's a unique concept, but it definitely doesn't live up to quite the same power level that a lot of other builds in the game have right now. And especially when you're comparing him to like melee attackers, which are like some of the strongest builds in the game right now, Rayhan 1 definitely just falls behind a lot. Then next up we're gonna have Rayhan 2. Rayhan 2 is an absurdly powerful hero. So for early on, so the big thing about Rayhan 2 and his niche, Rayhan 1 is about like proccing your burst constantly. The whole niche around Rayhan 2 is that you have the Seething Spirit, where the Seething Spirit is constantly like on your backpack, following you around and attacking enemies with like attack skills. You have two options. You have one where it's like the spirit is always there and you cannot attack anymore. And you have one where like you need to attack, but when you attack, the Seething Spirit appears and the Seething Spirit is just going to be like attacking as well, along with you attacking. And unlike Rayhan 1, Rayhan 2 is just absurdly powerful. He's a very, very strong hero. The Seething Spirit backpack that you have is very powerful. And he's a very common hero that people use when they try to push to deep space, like not day 1, but like day 2 of the league, for example. I remember like last league there were a few Rayhan 2, or maybe not a few Rayhan 2s, but I know of some Rayhan 2s who were like, you know, pushed into deep space day 2 by like rushing Eternity plus Cicada Shell. And his hero trait also makes it that he's a very, very, very strong hero for doing like a life consume build. But obviously you're not going to be doing like a life sack or life consume build early into the league. If you do that later in the league though, it is going to be extremely powerful and give you a ton of damage. And this was the day 1 setup. Let me show you the day 2 setup that people are going to have on Rayhan 2. So this setup is sticking to combo skills and just playing Spectral Slash the entire way through. But it is entirely valid to also do a life stacking setup. If you do want to do a life stacking setup on Rayhan 2 though, a big thing that you need to invest into or be aware of is you need to get enough life consume to actually like max out or get close to maxing out your life consume items. Now, the reason life-consuming builds are like really powerful in Rayhan is because he does have a trait, which makes it that you don't need to like hit enemies anymore for your life regain to activate. So you can just like constantly heal yourself to full of life regain, and then consume all of your life out and constantly drop to like low life and gain a ton of damage from being a low life HP based build. But I'm sure there's tons of people that are like doing stuff like that if you want to look at that. The setup I'm showing you here is just doing a Spectral Slash, which is a lot easier to set up, a lot like less thinking, I think, for like especially for like a new player to set up. And the build's very powerful. This build did do SS20 and 21 rather easily, and very early into the season. Okay, with all of the glazing for Rayhan 2 done, I am going to be putting Rayhan in the S tier, or the overall best of archetype tier. I do think Rayhan 2 is pretty much unmatched in the melee category. There's only one other character that I would say would be maybe above him or probably above him, which is going to be a favorite for a lot of chatters of mine. She's a very commonly played character, but, you know, I'm not going to spoil which one it is yet, because I think anyone watching this video is going to have two characters in mind, and it's going to be funny to see who's right and who's wrong. Speaking of having two characters in mind, next up we're going to have Erica 1. So Erica 1 is the multi-strike character now. Her whole like concept as a character is a mechanic called multi-strike. Now multi-strike is it's a bit confusing of a mechanic to like understand how it works. But essentially when you stand still and attack, your attack is going to multi-strike. So it's going to attack again and again and again up until like your multi-strike percent chance. So if you have 350% chance, you're going to attack once, and then it's going to attack a second time, a third time, and a fourth time. And then you have a 50% chance for it to attack a fifth time. And every time it attacks, the damage from your multi-strike is also going to increment. And the damage increment is based off of your multi-strike increment count. So if you have like this additional multi-strike damage increment, that is what essentially is making it that your additional hits are doing that extra damage. And you can either get additional multi-strike damage or you can just get like normal multi-strike damage. Both are like viable to get in the build at some point in time. Now it's very common for these Erica 1 archetypes to play Thunder Smite and go for like a deck stacking setup. As well as, you know, otherwise just like very strong early game uniques. But I think this is the only character that you're really going to see doing deck stacking. I think deck stacking is rather weak as an archetype. And also, just as a side note, if you do use Farewell Desire, be sure to hook up this in the offhand instead of your main hand. Yeah, I mean, the main reason for why you're equipping it offhand instead of your main hand is because you're going to use Joint Forces, and Feral Desire has a very low attack speed because it has a low roll of gear attack speed, and there's a low crit roll because of the attack crit rating roll. And on your main hand claw, you want to have like a high crit rating roll and a high gear attack speed roll. And if you use Joint Forces, both of these gear attack speed and gear crit rolls are like not important. Like they don't do anything. So it's very common that you're going to see Erica's using the offhand so that their main hand claw can have like the gear attack speed, gear crit rating. Honestly, really disgusting gear for day one. I didn't expect it to be this good, especially considering like the damage. Damage is actually really low for this level of gear. But yeah, Erica 1 is actually a favorite of mine. I'm a big Catgirl enjoyer, and she was the first ever character I actually played in this game. And if you ever do want to play her, like Legolas is like an amazing content creator that just makes so many like guides for her. Now, unfortunately, I didn't actually play a melee tactical at endgame this season, so I did have to find someone else's build to find a SS20 clear for Erica 1, playing Thunder Spike. And as I mentioned before, this is very common for Erica players. They do deck stacking, which is like, I think the only melee attacker really that does do deck stacking, which is quite nice. I mean, deck stacking is nice for the movement speed, even though I personally like have a few gripes with it, especially like scaling defense and whatnot. But it is possible and people do it. And yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary, too exceptional. I guess the only thing really that's like special for Erica is that you're going to see people using the multi-strike mods on their slates, which especially if like not that many people was playing Erica 1. These multi-strike slates can sometimes be fairly cheap, which is quite nice. That being said, though, I do think her popularity has like been going steadily up and up and up every single season. So I do think she's like starting to become more and more expensive as more people play her, just because of how good the guides written for her are. But I mean, you're still playing a melee attack build, so you still just get to 30 trillion with like no investment at all. But anyway, with all of that being said, where am I gonna rate Erica 1? Ooh. I think Erica 1's a very strong champion. I don't think she quite comes up to the level of Rosa 2 and Rayhan 2. I think both of these characters have their own merits and their own values. As just a general overall hero, Rosa 2 is probably still a bit stronger. But these two are like really neck and neck. I think it's either anyone's game. Maybe if you're like a super experienced player on both, you know, you'll be like, oh, this one's better or this one's better. I don't have that many hours on both of these characters to definitely say that. I can just look at the performance and see that both of these like perform at a very, very similar level. Generally speaking, though, Rosa 2 does clear SS20 every season before Rayhan 2, like SS21 before Rayhan 2. But also, I think Rosa 2 has like 10 times the play rate of Rayhan 2. And with that being said, I'm going to be knocking Erica 1 down to just extremely strong. She's a very, very powerful character. I do think that she doesn't quite perform on the level of Rosa 2 and Rayhan 2. Like, if I look at the codes from like Erica 2 players and Erica 1 players, sorry, I keep saying 2, from Erica 1 players, it does feel often like they're just lacking a bit behind Erica 1. Oh, we need an extra row. But I do think she does lack a slight amount behind. I don't think it's a massive amount or anything. I think it's very overstated, like how badly she lacks behind. But I definitely do think that, like, at similar gear levels, that at least in my opinion, like Rosa 2 and Rayhan 2 do seem to look a bit stronger. Then we're gonna move on to Erica 3. So Erica 3 is an interesting one. Erica 3 pretty much sees no play at all from like Western players. She's, in my opinion, like a very, very cool character, but she has a lot of frustrations to her. The whole like theme around her hero trait is the Vendetta move, which is essentially Flicker Strike. So her whole thing is that she can Flicker Strike around to enemies, and whenever she Flicker Strikes, she's triggering her main skill and just doing damage to enemies, which is very cool. But the problem I run into with her playstyle is a lot of times, especially like in the early progression and whatnot, it kind of feels like you're just Flicker Striking into an enemy, getting blown up, and just being dead. And that just doesn't feel good. Like, you're just gonna be like, you're just gonna Flicker Strike into your death. There's just gonna be an enemy that has like some sort of like lightning circle around them that one-shots you. Or there's gonna be some sort of Emperor that one-shots you. Or just some random torchlight bullshit that's just gonna one-shot you, that other melee characters can, like, at max range, still kill and handle without any issues. Or very often, like, there might be, like, spikes on the ground or fire on the ground that you're gonna Flicker Strike into and just kill yourself with. Which, that feels really, really bad if you play Erica. But I do think there's ways to, like, work around it. Like, this is a day 1 setup, and in this day 1 setup, this person is just using Unmatched Valor with Centralize. And, like, if you have Unmatched Valor day 1 with Centralize, that essentially is giving you, like, I think it's like six, what was it? Consume half of current fervor, 65, blah, blah, blah. It's like 60% damage reduction or 56% like damage reduction. You know, once you have something like that in your build, it does start to like come together a lot better. But until you reach that point, it can be a bit frustrating. But even with all of that, like, even with the constant dying and whatnot, like, you're still going to be clearing your maps pretty fast. And I do think once you get her up and being tanky, she feels pretty good. But then another issue that I had when playing her is once you have like an absurd amount of gear, you get to a point where it's like you press Vendetta, you instantly clear the entire screen with Flicker, and then there's no more enemies on the screen, and you have to awkwardly run to like the next pack so you can Vendetta on that pack and one-shot the entire pack. So those are issues and gripes that I personally have with the character, which I think is part of the reason why she doesn't see that much play. Because realistically speaking, her gear trade is quite strong. It's just needing to fix her defenses and needing to prioritize defenses that much in the early league is rather a big like downside to the character that other characters don't really have. like other melee characters don't really have. They can instead prioritize more damage and be a bit more ZHP than Erica 3 is. But let me quickly go through this day 1 setup. Now this guy had a very, very impressive day 1. I assume this code was taken rather late into the day, but I can assure you of the timestamp that it is still day 1. With the most notable thing, honestly, just being this Fawn Starlight. This was an absolutely crazy snipe to get from them on the first day. And with that being said, let me just show you the SS21 setup. Something that is nice about E3 is I think she works really well with the Frostbite, because if you go Frostbite early league, you can get freeze very early into the league. You know, you can get to 100 Frostbite rating and like have freezing. And I do think freezing like helps her a ton in feeling a lot safer, especially like in Tarmok 8 and whatnot, until you can get your defenses up to like push the profound. And obviously, if you do play Frostbite, you get to use Gale scaling, which is always very nice. Now this is their mapping setup. They do. I don't remember if they had an SS20 code or like an SS21 code, but I do know that this person did kill SS21 and 3-star. So I can assure you that this build is very, very good. So, with all of that being said, though, what do I think about the characters like Strength and Power? Well, to be honest with you, I wouldn't feel good putting her in the same tier as Erica 1. I do think she's in a tier below, but I definitely don't think that she's like super off or anything. I don't think she's gonna get stuck in the earlier mid game where it's like, oh, I have no damage or whatever. I think you're gonna have damage at all points in time. I think your biggest issue is gonna be like defense, but I don't think fixing defense in this game is that difficult. I mean, as soon as you get like centralized Endless Fervor, which Endless Fervor is like really cheap to get these days because you can get it on a purple prism now. You know, as soon as you get that up and running, and as soon as you have like freeze up and running, you're just gonna feel fine. And once you have all of those, you know, you're just a decent character that does good damage. Next up is gonna be Rosa 1. Now, this character sucks dick. So Rosa 1 is actually really cool with her trait, because she's one of the few characters in this game that has like defense built into her trait. And one of the cool things she can do is she actually gets a block ratio upper limit from her trait. Now back in the day, she used to be the only character who can like push her block limit above 60, but these days with Silent Avowal, like everyone can get to like 80 block ratio. That used to be a Rosa 2 exclusive, but even though she's not exclusive to that anymore, you know, that is like a niche inner trait that she used to have, or like still has, that she has a lot of tankiness and defense built into her trait in the form of block ratio. But, you know, this is still a game about doing damage. You still need to kill the enemies, you still need to like eventually reach the end game. And to give you an idea of like how bad this build actually is, or like how bad this character is, she is the only character on the tier list whose day 1 build isn't at least Tarmok 8. We have people whose day 1 builds, like the Rayan 2, that had over 200 billion damage. She couldn't get out of Tarmok 7 on day 1. That is really bad. And the big reason for that is when you play Rosa 1, you do play Demolisher skills, and it's kind of a meme, but it is true to a large extent. The way Rosa 1 kind of plays is you're kind of just stuck in Tarmok 7 until you get your Demolisher skill speed like sorted out. And then once you get to 500% Demolisher speed, you like just jump to Profound, and it's like super comfy Profound. So she definitely just gets very stuck in the early to mid game, but you know, once you do get your damage up and running, she's a very, very tanky character, and she's gonna feel decent enough. With that being said, this is the gear that this Rosa 1 character was using. I don't know if you want to really look at this gear, considering that, again, this is only Tarmok 7 gear. we were not able to reach time mark 8 day 1. And the reason why something like that matters so much is the faster you reach time mark 8, the faster you reach profound, etc. Being ahead of the curve also means that, like, the FE you do make from that extra drop quant is just substantially more impactful. Because the buying power of your FE goes down every single hour that you're, like, falling further and further behind other people. Now, if you just play this game as a single-player game and you don't really give a fuck about what other people are doing, and you're just playing your own game, that's gonna be fine. That's not really gonna matter. You can just play this character and have a good time. And I think that is the best way to play the game for most people. In fact, I do think that's the best way to play the game for everyone. But if you do have a semblance of care and you do want to be competitive, you want to be like one of the first people to do SS20 or to do SS21 or something like that, she definitely is going to be a character that you should just skip on. But this is the setup that you use to kill SS20. She just does a very classic for Demolisher skills going into the Demon's Touch Lone Walker setup. This is a very, very strong combo. I think any character can just equip these 2 items and just do 15 trillion damage very easily. And you play her with Ground Shaker. And they actually play double Ground Shaker. Yeah, I mean, not much to say about that. As well as War Cries. War Cries are a very interesting mechanic. I'll quickly talk about them. So, the way War Cries work is they have this line on them. Minus 2% additional damage taken by you for each enemy affected, stacking up to 8 times. So, if you use a War Cry and hits only one target, you're only affecting one enemy. So you only get minus 2% additional damage. But if there's 8 enemies around you, you're affecting 8 enemies, and you're taking minus 16% additional damage. But there are ways to scale this up. There's a mod in this game called Minimum Affected Enemies by War Cries, which surely this person would have. Oh, here it is. Plus 4 to the minimum number of enemies affected by Warcry. But that essentially says is, even if your Warcry only hits no one, let's say your Warcry hits no one, it is still gonna, the game is still gonna treat it as if you hit at least 4 enemies. So at minus 2% additional, it's gonna become minus 8% additional, no matter who you actually hit with the Warcry. And if you then go into the Brave tree, you can actually pick up this legendary medium talent to add another plus 4. So with just this talent and having it as a slate mod, you're able to cap this out to plus 8. So every time you use a Warcry, you're getting the max effectiveness. But you can actually scale it from having a cap of 8 enemies affected to having a cap of 16 enemies affected. Which this person does here. And that's via the Formless main talent. So Formless says, times 2 max Warcry skill effects. Now that's a bit complicated or confusing for wording, but essentially what that is saying is that this line, instead of it being up to 8 times, is now up to 16 times. So you can then also use a inverse prism to copy this mod over here, and get an additional plus 6 to enemies affected. So every time this Rosa 1 uses her Warcries, the game just assumes at least 14 enemies are hit every single time. Now, if there is enemies above her, around her, she can reach the 16 number, but no matter what, she is always at least reaching the plus 14. And that's important to note, because if you scale Warcry effect, you can very easily reach the cap of minus 60% additional damage taken from Resurrection Warcry. And you can also have your Raging Warcry, which is giving you restoration speed and additional Demolisher skill damage. You can have this Warcry, you know, have at 100% uptime, giving you something like 100% restoration speed for the Demolisher charge skills. And giving you like 150% additional damage or whatever. So Warcries are very, very powerful for Demolisher skills, and it is a way that Rosa 1 players are scaling their character that might not be super obvious from like a observer standpoint if you don't understand how the Warcries work. So I felt it was rather important to go out of my way to actually talk about that. But other than that, everything here seems like pretty standard, nothing too special. Just a very generic Demolisher skill, Demolisher speed, Demolisher skill, build with Lone Walkers, Demon's Touch, all of the good stuff that we all know and love. But with all that being said, I did just bash on this character for like 10 minutes straight. She's really bad. She's really bad. Both her and Rayan 1 are just not in the best spots, unfortunately. They both just kind of suck. It's also like, Rosa 2 had a niche in the game. Her whole niche was like getting this insane amount of block ratio and being super tanky. And then they just added an item to the game that literally just does what she does. And if you turn that item into a Vorax item, it has no downside. And it's just like it's just like double damage on a Vorax item plus 20% block ratio upper limit, which is just stupid. It's so broken. And then lastly, we're gonna be going through Rosa 2. Before I go into Rosa 2, because I already put her on the tier list, I did put her as a, the rank 1. I do want to do an honorable mention for Gemma 3 and Gemma 1. Sorry, Gemma 1 and Gemma 3. Both of these characters can also play the monster skills. Both of these characters had absurdly low play rate, and the majority of people who played them just instead played either spellcasters or ranged attack builds. There might be other characters also that could be in this, I guess honorable mentions or underplayed mentions. But the reason neither of these two are getting played is because they both just kind of suck. And they're better off playing different builds instead. Cool. Let's quickly do Rosa 2 and finish this off. So Rosa 2 was also, it's a very impressive character. She has 100 billion day 1, which that is a bit behind the Rayhan 2 we looked at. But she very, very quickly like skyrockets to 2 trillion, 3 trillion by day 2, day 3. I think by day 3 she's like at 3 trillion or 2 trillion. Just a very, very powerful character that can do quite a lot of forms early game and is very versatile. So she's another character we're going to be using this, she's a character we're going to be using Spectral Slash. They don't use Spectral Slash on the main skill because they do use this 4% skill error if main skill is not used. So they do put the Spectral Slash in the second slot to make it bigger. Because a lot of these Rosa 2 formers are actually like big time outlaw formers, and they're like doing boss early late. But other than that, it's just generic cold convert Spectral Slash. Spectral Slash is a very, very powerful skill, and cold, converting to cold is just probably the best like early game archetype. Cold is just super, super effective for damage, and it pretty much is free to do. It doesn't really require any investment. Bodhi's Girdle and Heart of Anita are both combo items. Especially Heart of Anita, getting this like early on is very, very important for your combo skills. This is a big power spec for combo skills. I did math on this like a few seasons ago. I don't actually remember what it was, but this necklace is a massive damage increase for combo skills. Especially because it gives not only a combo finisher amplification, but it also gave combo finisher charges. Which I'm pretty sure this can roll +2, so getting a +1 is actually kind of unlucky, but I'm not 100% sure it might have been changed. Or it might be delusional. And Mortis-Toff, very, very good item early league. Very, very strong item. Injury buffer is really broken. Taking less additional damage is really broken. Just, this is super good. Wow. He's not playing a Shadow Skill, but that is a nice pedigree if you were to play one. And then just going to the SS20 setup, which is like, for the average Rosa 2 player, this is like 3 days into the league, 4 days into the league, These Rosa players are they're just fucking gaming, what can I say? But this is the setup we do. Very, very common, so this is actually not a thing you really see in other regions, but in EU, pretty much every Rosa 2 just does the same setup. They all just go Trinity Ghost Slaughters, Broken Sun Ring. I'm actually very surprised that other regions don't do this build because it's so absurdly powerful. Maybe they don't know about it. Maybe no one there's like tried it. I really don't understand the reasoning behind it. But this is just such an absurdly powerful build. And especially going like further stacking with your Trinity. makes it that you have so much defense built in from having unmatched valor and having centralize. You know, this is the same defense that we were talking about on the aircraft 3. You do eventually go that on Rosa 2 as well, but you don't need to go it as early into the league. You can go it when it's like more convenient to go for tankiness, rather than being forced into it very early on when you would rather go damage. And because we are playing a Trinity build, we are doing the ultimate add elite damage to gear mod, which, in terms of ultimate mods, this is one of the strongest ultimate mods in the game. This has so much value to it, it is absolutely absurd. I think any build that can utilize this mod is just immediately super powerful. It just has the downside of it is an ultimate prices mod. And sometimes for builds it can feel a bit awkward prior to that ultimate mod. You know, prior to the ultimate mod.
Milky__ rated my stream with 254 views.
Oh my god, he rated me during a video. Yo, thanks for that, Milky. But yeah, it can sometimes be awkward before you have your prices gear to, you know, getting to the point where you have your prices weapon with the ultimate mod on it. Rosa 2, on the other hand, she does not have any fucking struggle with that at all. Her progression is super fucking easy and chill. And before anyone mentions Apathy Blade, no, this is not an Apathy Blade build. Literally none of the EU Rosa 2s did Apathy Blade because they all killed SS20 before that item even existed in the league. Now, I do want to mention something about this. This is using Focus Slash. You only use Focus Slash for single target. You only use Focus Slash for bossing. If you look at any mapping setup, they're all using Berserking Blade instead of Focus Slash. Focus Slash is just literally 1-to-1 with Berserking Blade, and it just does double the damage for Berserking Blade. So whenever you're ready to like go kill the SS20 boss or 21 boss, you just equip Focus Slash, you equip your 2 supports, you kill the boss, and you equip Berserking Blade, and you go back to just blasting maps. But other than that, I think everything about this character is very standard. I didn't talk about her year trait. Her year trait is she does a fuck ton of damage. Her year trait is actually very cool of a trait. It's just like this round of Mercury where the enemies in it, it's like when you do single target damage, all the enemies in the circle take damage, and it's very cool and stuff. It doesn't fucking matter. It's Rosa 2. She just one-shots everything. She just does one Berserking Blade and the entire map is dead. But anyway, that is gonna be my melee attacker tier list. I hope this video was informative. Let me know actually in the comments like what you think about this format and doing this type of tier list instead of the usual just like generic, oh, this character, that character, that character, and spending a bit more time going in depth about like the builds and stuff. But as some closing thoughts, I do want to talk about just the melee attacker archetype as a whole and how I think it's going to perform in the league. If you want to have a very, very cheap like SS20 kill, this is my go-to recommendation. I think this is going to be exceptionally cheap because I am extremely confident that the most played hero next season is going to be Selena 2. And the gap between Selena 2 and any other character in the game is going to be ginormous. And Selena 2 is a spellcaster that can do both hit-based and dot-based. So any attack-based build is just immediately going to be significantly cheaper because they're not competing with the spellcaster Selena. So all your like plus first attack levels plus attack levels are going to be cheaper. Your swords are going to be cheaper. Your bows are going to be cheaper because the Selenas are going to be going wands and scepters and staves and cudgels, I think, or whatever the hell the dot one is. But on top of that, melee attack builds have always just been like one of the best archetypes for bossing and for like pushing SS20 as soon as possible. So that on top of a spellcaster league it's just gonna be a very, very easy and good time. I don't think you're gonna have like any competition on your slates. Your price is gonna be super cheap. Your hero memories are gonna be super cheap. You might have some issue with projectile speed hero memories and crit hero memories because hero memories do have a lot of overlap. You know, if you want crit and crit damage in hero memory, listen, buddy, everyone wants crit and crit damage in hero memory. You know, there's a lot of overlap there, and but I don't actually. I said projectile speed, but I don't think Selena's ever gonna want projectile speed because none of her like skills would make sense of projectile speed because Terra skills don't really scale with Gale. I don't think any of them have the projectile tag. You know, you're gonna have cheap weapon sequences, cheap pedigrees. Your parameters are gonna be cheap because you're not in Gods of Knowledge or Deception. Cheap prisms, cheap corrodes and legendaries, cheap canvas supports, pretty much everything that you could possibly like worry about your build having to compete with a Selena just is going to be non-existent. There's no overlap between the two character archetypes. But yeah, that was my tier list for the melee attackers of the Torchlight. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you all again next time. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye. Yo. What's up, Monster? So glad I didn't get BM baited last season. Does she know she's not recording? We aren't your buddies? Okay, bud. Holy fuck. Ow! Stop throwing nuts at me. Fuck you too, fuck you too, fuck you too.
Breakthrough just bought catnip for 5 months.
Bro, you can't say fuck you too, that's fucked up. Oh, they should, okay. Yo, thank you so much for the raid, Monkey. You caught me at a slightly bad time. I just did a video recording and my voice is actually gone. I need to go get some water. Why are you lying about these characters? Didn't you say Trinity Trash yesterday? No, I didn't. What? Are you AI? Yes, I am AI. Chat. Why is the British person fucking flaming me? Or how do you say melee? Why is the British person flaming me? Oh fuck, wait, I'm doing the American one. Oh no, it's melee! It's the fucking American one that says melee. Fuck! No! Melee. Melee. Melee? What? Melee. Melee. Oh, fuck my fat chungus life, dude. Okay, listen. I need to go get some water. My throat fucking hurts.
Meow, meow, meow.
Yo. Dude, I kind of want to do a fucking overarm guide. I feel like door rushing overarm in 8-1 is going to be really good next season. Okay, let me catch up with you dumbasses. Nice empty tier. Kill yourself. In game. You know where I can see more still not 2 theorycrafts as builds? We don't have 2 IDBs, so nobody can theorycraft yet. Anyone that has theorycrafting now is a dumbass because they don't have the numbers yet. Or they're just very excited because a skill looks good. Slop what? What? I have slop tears, I have slop water. Is everything I do just fucking slop now? They nerfed inverse drop rate though? Yeah, but like, it's like really good. I don't know. No, you're leaking my strats? I'm sorry, bro. Being AO with an upgrade? Fuck off. Fuck you. Okay. I'm caught up with the chats. Is it DoorDash or actual door rushing? It is actual door rushing. You put in the purple compass, you just go floor, 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 floor. You kill the big boss, and you hope to hit the big item. And when you don't hit the big item, you just go next map. And you just keep doing that all day, day one. You hit like 3 salt rivers, 3 inverse images, and you just have like 20k FE. GG noobs. Someone left us for YouTube? Yeah, he fucking hates all of you. You said 8-1? Yeah, 8-1. I mean, okay, all of the strats that I wanted to do on 8-1 kind of got nerfed. Like, all of the strats I wanted to do in 8-1 got, like, omega nerfed. Because I was planning on doing, like, orange cube, for example, day one, or maybe doing, like... What's the other thing I want to do? Orange creation engine. And now they made it that you don't get orange compasses anymore. I call it ding dong ditching. What the fuck does that mean? But yeah, that's an issue that you run into. Or like, that's an issue that we're gonna be running into. Everyone's 8-1 strats are just fucked next season. Like, the entire population of this game has been doing, like, orange compass forming in 8-1 day one. And now no one can do it anymore. Spellcock tier list win? Probably next. Probably the next tier list we're gonna do, but I don't know if I have it in me to do another tier list right now. Like, I don't know, dude, that was a lot of yapping, my voice hurts. And it's like, dude, it takes so much fucking brain power to set it up. I kinda just want to do something more chill, like, my mechanic guides are like way more chill to do, because I don't need to, like, you know, look things up and stuff, I just know how the mechanics work. I can just tell people how the mechanics work because I've played the game when the season. I've played when the mechanics came out. Dropped more verdants than inverses. Holy fuck! I've dropped no verdants, by the way. I dropped a bunch of inverses, but I've never dropped a verdant. I swear to God, if I did blue compass cage instead of like the full juice one, I would actually drop a verdants. What do you think is the best leak star for Sage? And the best in-game transition? I think the best leak star is going to be Chromatic Shot for Sage. And the best in-game transition, I'm kind of leaning towards Burning Shot. I generally think Sage might just be the strongest Burning Shot character in the game. A lot of other things I'm kind of like, you know, unsure about. Because the thing that I'm like left wondering is why play Sentry Sage when like I think other characters probably just does it better than her, you know? Especially, like, that's, like, a thing that I keep thinking about. It's, like, I feel like if I tested out other characters, they would just be better than Sage on Iroh Einayar. I'm not 100% sure, but I want to test that. But then, at the same time, I think Burning Shot's gonna have the same damage as Iroh Einayar either way. Like, I think people don't realize just how much Burning Shot got buffed this patch. Sage Burning Shot got, like, at least a ×3 damage multiplier, but it's more like ×4 damage. It's, like, actually absurd how big the buffs are for her. Will you do a day one Sage Chromatic Shot / endgame Burning Shot Sage guide? I'm gonna do an early game guide once we have TIDB. I wanted to, like, work on the guide already, but it's so pointless to work on before you have TIDB. Because there's too many assumptions that I have to make. Like, I started working on it, I started, like, making the rough draft for the guide, and the issue I ran into is there's so many, like, things that I'm kind of just, like, unknown about. Like, we just don't know yet. Like, for example, chromatic shot. What attribute is it gonna be? Is it still gonna be all 3 attributes? I mean, I guess it would make sense that it's still all 3 attributes. Because that changes how I would, like, do my tree, for example. Or what's the damage effectiveness, you know? Because if the damage effectiveness is, like, heavily nerfed, you know, that might be enough to persuade me to do a different skill. Just build the new character in S tier? I mean, yeah. Selena 2 is really good. Selena 2 looks very, very, very strong. You actually gonna use chromatic shot? yes. Bro, why would I not use chromatic shot? That skill's so busted. What's the pros and cons of Rosa 2 versus Ran 2? Okay, that's an interesting question. I like that question. Besides the new skin. God, that is a good question. I think the biggest benefit of Rayhan 2 is the automation playstyle. So if you play Rosa 2, you are playing a true melee playstyle of like dashing around and then needing to stand still to attack. Where it's like you have to use standstill, medium, or motionless early game, and that's how you're doing your attacks, that's how you're doing your damage from the enemies. If you play Rayhan 2, your endgame setup is literally just going to be a full-on auto bomber, because you're just going to run around while your backpack is just attacking for you. And like, for me personally, like that is the biggest reason why I would actually consider playing Rayhan 2, because the backpack playstyle is really fun. It's the bouncy boobies. The fuck is that emote? Yeah, the new Rosa, the new, what's it called? The new, what's the character's name? Oh, not Afterlife, it's Afterlight. The new Rayhan 2 skin has me feeling things, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't like the first one they added, but the second one is definitely hitting a bit better for me. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. She looks like she's the fucking Omega Alpha. And you get the Spectral slash MTX. I know! It's so good. And the best part is when you play Rayhan 2, you literally use Spectral Slash on her. You literally use Spectral Slash on her. Her head looks tiny. Her head does look tiny. Her head does actually look really tiny, I will admit. Is it an ONG pack? You just buy it? Yeah, you just buy it. Yeah, I'm actually very tempted to just leak sort Rayhan 2 because of the skin. That's one thing, but also if I were to play a melee character, it would get nerfed the next season. And I feel like I feel like I would be doing a justice to the world if I got melee nerfed, you know? Like I genuinely think like I'm like sacrificing myself for the greater good if I get melee nerfed. You know? Could you never play E1? You wanna get Rosa 2 nerfed first? I mean, nerfs to Rayhan 2 is gonna hit Rosa 2 as well. Like, if they're nerfing, like, the skills Rayhan 2 uses, they pretty much just overlap with Rosa 2. The only character that would not be affected is E1, but I don't think even I'm powerful enough to get E1 nerfed. I genuinely don't think it's possible to get E1 nerfed. E1 Translate buffed is crazy, but everything from E1 is buffed. E1 is the fucking main character. Maybe if Lao P plays it, maybe. Dude, what if me and Lao P... Listen, chat. If there's ever a season where Lao P plays E1, tell me I will also league start E1. I will combine my powers of Lao P to get that character nerfed once and for all. I think E1's a gold standard they balance other characters from. Then why is she better than 90% of the characters? E1 Mog's Anger. Okay, I mean, I don't know. It's like, it's so stupid to compare like E1 to like fucking Carino's because it's different playstyles. Unless you do Lightning Shot. Pretty sure Lightning Shot E1 just mocks these as well. But then Carino 2 kind of mocks everyone. He has some weird shit on him. Very, very cheesy builds. Not like actual real builds though. You know, they did nerf E1. They did nerf E1 in the patch notes. They just nerfed the playstyle that nobody plays, that fucking only China plays. This was the only E1 nerf in the patch notes. I don't know who the fuck expected this to come. Like, I don't know where this came from, but yeah. Ghostblade Einar Yor got hit. I mean, this build is very popular in China. Like, I know it's popular in China. Every season, if you look at like the top creators from E1, and you scroll past Legolas, that just mocks every other creator by like 10,000 fucking likes. They're all just playing Ghostblade. Isn't it proof of rebuild? No, people do mapping of it. And honestly, like in the videos, the mapping doesn't look that bad, but I think it's probably, I don't know, I don't even want to test it because I know it's gonna feel bad. Dude, I love this, by the way. This is such a funny nerf. This nerf is literally just fuck Erika 3 in particular. Like, imagine they bring out Erika 3, and then with her Euro, they bring out a Crescent Slash skin. If you buy her skin, you get a Crescent Slash skin, and then they nerf Crescent Slash this much for her. Like, why? Coffee put E3 and A tier. Wait, what? Make a guide for Rayhan Whirlwind. I don't want to read it, I just want to ask you questions in your chat. Based. Honestly based. Dude, that's why I'm not even gonna fucking write guides anymore. I'm done writing guides, by the way. From now on out, if I want to make a guide, I'll make a video about it. And that's it. Because these fuckers either way don't have the ability to read. Is Ren 1 good? No, he's fucking trash. Is Reka 3 good? She's okay. She's decent. Is Ren 2 good? Nah. He's kind of dog shit. Nah, he's goated. Ren 2 is the goat. Can you do a tier list on brunette Palcasters? Are we playing Pal World? What the fuck are you talking about? As an MC player, I'm still divided between Erika 1 and new character. If you play MC, just lock in Selena 2. This hero is literally just mind control on steroids. Selena 2 is going to get nerfed next. Okay, listen, chat. I'm going to give you the most honest advice I can give to you, okay? This is not an assumption that I'm making. I am saying this with 99% confidence. Selena 2 is going to have like 70% play rate in China. It is going to be it's going to be the most popular hero in the game since fucking CR3. It is literally going to be as popular as CR3. She is going to get fucking blasted and nuked the season after her release. And the reason for that is because every single Chinese player that plays on mobile is going to log in and play Selena 2 because she has a built-in activation medium and she has built-in fucking mind control on steroids. She is literally the fucking wet dream for every single Chinese player. You saw what happened to mind control. You saw what they fucking did to mind control. Okay? They're gonna do that to Selena too because she is so fucking broken for that specific playstyle that China loves. Jeez, everyone's wet dream, okay, buddy? She's a finished character, basically. Dude, like, I don't know how you don't just log in, Selena, I'm gonna be honest with you. This character is so sick. You start off early league, level fucking 45, you have an activation medium. You take your hand off the keyboard, bro. You just fucking lean back in your chair and you just run through the campaign and run through the time arcs. You're just chilling. You're just having a good time. You get to 60, you get Crimson Tide, because, you know, just doing double damage on bosses sounds fun. Okay, not double damage, because it's going to be only 50% level 1. Just do 30% additional damage for fun. Oh, and then we just get this. And oh, let me just quickly equip Beacon and just get, you know, 50% additional damage for fun. Yeah. Just having a good time. Was this like an optimal entire duty in the medium? I was thinking that too, actually. I think you're gonna play this early league, but like I feel like for progression's sake, it is literally better to just go Lonely Ensemble. You don't eat the minus 30% movement speed for mapping, which that kind of sucks. And Lonely Ensemble is like one of the most cracked fucking abilities in the game. This year trade is so fucking good. It is definitely one of the best year trades in the game. You just get so much damage from like just fucking barreling it down mid, taking Beacon early on, and just oh my god, you have to press your button every 2 seconds. Like every like 3 seconds you have to press your main skill once. You know, like every 6 seconds you have to press your main skill. So it's just the way I like to play the game. That's the thing. I think I'll really like Selena as well. That's why I'm tempted to play her. Hi man, on Yuga 2, what skill is better? Probably one of the new Terra skills, to be honest. I mean, you can play Burning Shot Ignite Yoga 2. You can play one of the new Terra dot skills. You can play Mind Control if you want to, but I wouldn't recommend Mind Control. You can play Shadow Swamp. Shadow Swamp's probably gonna be sick. Wait, we have to press main skill? I mean, if you have this, you don't even need to press anything. Gonna go Sion 2, but Rayan 2 and Big 1 seem tempting as well. Yeah, Rayan... Okay, Rayan 2 is always gonna be there. Like, you can just play in future seasons. Bing 1, I don't think they'll nerf him. Bing 1 looks really fun, though. I'm not gonna lie, the builds you can do in Bing 1 seem really cool. I think the whole, like, bombing, like, shooting out in a store is fucking awesome. And even if you ignore, like, all of his, like, niche mechanics and all that shit, his Euro trade just straight up is really good. He's just a slightly better Karina 2. At least according to Void, who did the math, he's slightly better than Karina 2. So he's just a very solid character. He has a very solid character that early on you can go, instead of motionless, you can play, like, activation medium if you want to. Does a ton of damage.
Sean40 just bought catnip for 9 months. You're the best, Ty, for always being nice to me.
Yeah, Sean. Thank you. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Yeah, Bing also has a free activation medium. Yo, is that the new, like, thing in this game? Just every character gets an activation medium built in? She's never nice to us. Yeah, well, every time Ashton comes in chat, he's like, hey Mia, ... Hope you're doing well, ... Have a lovely day. That's literally Ashton's chat history. Every fucking message he sends is just something like that. Like, look at this dude. Hi Mia, great to see you, ... Hope you're doing well. Hello, Mummy Mia. Hope you're well and enjoying your season. Good morning, Mia. Nice to see you. Hope you're well. Like, no shit, I'm gonna be nice to him. I'm eyeing Gemma, FOP, Arrow of Iron Strength Stack. Auto Bomber. Should I start Yuga or something to save up for it? Will Strength Stack be cheaper this season? Oh, it's definitely gonna be cheaper this season. I would reroll into it though, personally. I wouldn't league start that. Like, if you're fine to reroll builds, I think making Gemma work, like, you can do some weird stuff. Like, you could probably like play Flame Core on her to make her work early on and stuff. But if you're willing to, like, I would just start a different character and just reroll into her once, like, day 4, whatever. My grandma messages me stuff like that, Latch. That's awesome to hear. I'm really happy to hear that. Almost as horny as me? Yeah, you're getting a fucking hour ban, bro. You need to relax. I have 4 max leveled attack bets. Fucking whale. After seeing the burning shot run voided, I'd bring one mighty star for you. Okay, chat, I'm gonna give you guys a warning. I am going to give you guys a warning. If you start burning shot and I play burning shot sage, you're all gonna do a third of my damage. Okay? Your Bing 1 builds are literally just gonna fall behind my build in damage. I'm going to outgear you and like out FE farm you. Not because I'm like a better player or anything, just because my character does more damage than your character does. That's just my warning. Okay? You can heed the warning if you want to, or not. But, it looks really insane and pretty. I think Sage is the strongest character in this game for playing Burning Shot. I just had to come to Twitch chat just to say Mia is spreading misinfo. She is beyond coping. You wanna fight, Pop? What's your opinion on Selena 2 currently? Really strong. If you want to play her, I would suggest playing her this season, because I think next season she's getting nuked. Hello, Mia. Hello, Chiha. How's it going? Hey, Mings. How's it going? Do you think is that much stronger, actually? Yeah, I do. Bro, Bing 1 doesn't even have 3 hero traits that work with Burning Shot. He doesn't even have 3 hero traits that gives damage to Burning Shot. What's your opinion on burgers on pizza? That's the most American shit I've ever heard in my life. What do you mean burgers on pizza? Just eat your burger separately. What's your question, Kuro? Mia playing Power on day 3, is that what I'm hearing? Dude, okay. This is like an actual issue. I'm literally putting in like 10 plus hours a day on Power World, and I still don't know if I'm gonna be done with my addiction before fucking TLI comes out. Like, I'm not joking. I end stream, and then from midnight until like 12, no, not even 12, from midnight until 4 fucking PM. 16 hours straight, I'm sitting on my PC playing Power World. I literally wasn't gonna stream today. I literally went to bed at 5 PM after playing Power World all night. And then I was lying in my bed trying to fall asleep because I was like really sleepy. And I couldn't sleep because it was fucking 30 degrees outside. Play it on stream. Are you in World Tree yet? I'm not in World Tree because, dude, I got to, what do you call it? I got to, the metal after Power Metal in like progression. And then I had to restart. I had to restart my entire game. And I'm not someone who rushes progression. The way that I play Power World is I catch 5 of every single Pokemon. Like, I fully explore every zone, I do every single dungeon, and I catch 5 of every single Pokemon. Even though I'm playing on Time Zone XP, I'm literally, like, out-leveling my, like, progression point by, like, 20 levels. On fucking Time 1 XP. Ow. Pokemon? Pals. My bad. That's why she's coping on Sage. Dude, I don't even know what to say about Sage. Because even I think I'm coping. Like, the amount of doomer shit I hear about Sage, every single fucking time I hear Sage mentioned, it is just doom and gloom. Everyone's going on about how miserable Sage is. Everyone's going on about how awful Sage is. And all these things, and how terrible of a starter she is. And I'm just sitting there, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, she's not that bad, guys. Come on, guys. She's not that bad. She's fine. And then my dumb ass is gonna make a guide. I'm gonna be just full on honest to my guide. I'm gonna straight up say it to people. Listen, I know that my Sage guide is coping, but if no one else makes the guide, like, someone has to make it. Okay? Because what all the guides from last season are just completely irrelevant now, so I just have to do it. I have a meme for you. What is it? Oh god. Okay, I need to go pee. B or B.
Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow.
Sorry about that. Blah. Yo, 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 yo. Damn. That looks pretty. I like it. How does it feel to be known as the Bait League starter streamer? That's void. What do you mean? As the person who actually saw Sage last season, she's pretty fucking cooked. Small. I literally did Trav 7 on my first try, and like half the time it took me on the start. I don't think you understood how the character worked when you were playing her. Before it gets too profound. Yeah, it gets too profound after the 7th reroll. Yeah, but even just getting to Tarmac 7 was really slow. Blah. Okay. And still before you? I wouldn't go that far. Okay, what is next on the agenda? Yo, where's my free Primos, Andre? Where's my free Primos? Bait tier list. Okay, bro. My tier list is actually the best tier list, unironically.
I can smell the very essence of
My tier list gaps other tier lists. Just put the ass tier list in the bag. Spoken like a Rayhan one lane. So I was thinking, Mia and Moki collab tier list? Like the collabs Moki and I have done together, or like we collab on making a tier list for TLI? Tier list of the most goonable characters. No. TLI doesn't have like hot male characters. All the male characters are kinda poopy. I'm not gonna lie. Yumoto kind of fuckable. Bro. Okay, I don't feel like leveling right now. There's so much effort. There's so much brain power right now. Can't do this until we have the thing is. I could do another King video. I kind of want to do the Dream Guide though. Most used Paxpers by region. EU is just fucked, bro. EU is just fucked. What can I say? Do a strat guide, I don't care which. What the fuck is Hell Calvary? Is it just like all of them combined? Who the fuck is using Hell's Calvary? Not all of us are rich and can afford Blue Knight. What, you don't have Blue Knight 6? Oh, I don't either. Fuck. I thought I had him 6. Damn, that's rough. Okay, I guess we'll do the Dream Guide. I mean, I can do Dream, Overwhelm, or Outlaw. I want to do all three of these, at least. Because these two people requested, and I think these are going to be, like, bangers. But I feel like Dream is going to be a good one as well. Why Dream if it's getting removed? It's not getting removed. I want to make the Dream Guide just because if I have to hear one more person say it's removed, I'm gonna, like, lose my shit, dude. But I'm taking a gamble on Dream. I'm taking a very big gamble on Dream. I want to make the Dream Guide because here's my gamble. There's a 50% chance that Dream next season is complete and utter dog shit trash. Like, completely awful. But, there's also a chance that it prints immense amount of FE. And it's a fucking FE printer, and they, like, overbuffed it to compensate for the Dream Talkings. And, like, people start fucking flocking to Dream Guides to watch them. What is it even supposed to drop now? FE. If there's no Dream Interpretations, the only thing it can drop is FE. There's nothing else to drop. Ow! Stop! Counterpoint. It's just canvas and drops nothing. No! Dream FE printer don't change separate. Next Nerve Dream next league. Now people were saying they get everyone to exchange their turnouts, their shepherds this league, and the next league they add something to Dream and make it super good. So that everyone has to re-pull for the Dream pad. I bet it's just gone. Why the fuck would the NPC still be there? They would say Dream is removed then, but they don't. Because the NPC is cool, she is kind of cool. Same fate as Eternal. That is the worry. That is the worry, that it just ends up as Eternal 2.0. You know, the more I think about it, like, you know, but Dream's such an easy mechanic to explain. Let's just try. Let's just try. Is there any Dream uniques? No. Oh, Fool's Crown. Yeah, this mechanic's gonna suck dick, bro. Yeah, it's for engagement as well. Let's set up our Dream Tree. I'm coping. I think Dream's still gonna be in the game. Do I still have the Dream picture of like the triple bubbles? Good sight, good sight. Awesome. I think it might be on my Discord still. No. I might need to go on fucking... I might actually need to play on... Oh? Oh, thank God. Can always trust people to remake the pictures that my community makes and repost it. This is like the third time now, I think, that something my community made gets posted to me, but from a different link than what we did. But in this case, I'm really happy it happened. Yeah, this is Houston's upload. I think start with Eric 1 Thunder Spike, but what do you think about Thunder Slash buff? So that could be better. Once you get Sleep Strike chance, you can stop the Thunder Strike slash, but Thunder Slash, but don't stop before you have Sleep Strike chance. Sure, Dream goes back to dropping loot like this. That's what I'm saying, Strawberry. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You know what? I'm gonna keep this picture. Thank you, Strawberry. Okay, we're drinking a Dream God. I don't care if you guys think it's bait. I'm doing it. Hello, hello, YouTube. Did I want to bring you my dream guide for the Torchlight Afterlight season? Stop. Stop. I know what you're gonna say. But Mia, Dream is removed from the game. Why are you making a dream guide when it's removed from the game? That's a common misconception of the patch notes. So, the dream mechanic is still in the game. That is not removed. But the only thing that the dream mechanic drops is removed from the game. Dream interpretations are removed. Now, if you're like a new player, you don't know anything about the mechanic, or like don't understand anything about it. Essentially, the dream mechanic's whole point and the only loot that actually dropped was this thing called Dream Talkings. This thing called Dream Talkings that you would use to like enchant your gear and add affixes to it, such as this. And going into the new season, they have decided to remove that system and just completely scrap it. Which leaves Dream in a very strange position, because as a mechanic, that is the only thing it drops. So what is it gonna do now? Like, it doesn't really drop FE, it doesn't really drop cards, like it drops very, very little. It's so, like 80% of your profit is the Dream Talkings, which is part of the Dream Interpretation mechanic, which is now just gone. So, this is gonna be a tiny bit of copium, but if you actually go back in the... Oh god, that's all tabs. If you actually go back in the day, doing Dream back in the day, you used to have screenshots like this. When you finish your map, you open your eggs, and you have 5,000 FE and 5,000 cards pop out. Do you see any Dream Talkings on this screen? Because I'm gonna be real with you, I don't see any. I just see money. I just see raw FE and money. So, with that being said, I'm taking a bit of a risk here on making this dream guide. Because yeah, maybe it's gonna be absolutely garbage next season, but maybe it's gonna be really good, and anyone who watches this video is gonna be ahead of the curve because they're gonna understand exactly how to optimize Dream and get the most value out of it. With that being said, though, let's quickly open a map so I can actually showcase the mechanic for everyone, as well as just talk over it a bit quickly. So the Dream mechanic is an in-map mechanic where you interact with a lotus, where you can then choose. Well, basically, every time you get into the mechanic, let's just get into the map and I'll show you. Sorry, I didn't expect my compasses to be there, so.
Who wants to be our first test subject?
So yeah, when you get into the map and the Dream mechanic, you're going to run into this Advent of Nightmare chance, 0%. And then this lotus. So this Advent of Nightmare chance, this is the chance or percentage chance that you're going to get taken into the Nightmare on Dream. Now, the way you want to play this mechanic is you want to prioritize getting as many rainbow baubles as possible, and you want to not get in the Nightmare as much as possible. So once you interact with it for the first time in every in every interval or session, so similar to if you watch the Black Cell video, you know, we do 6 maps of Black Cell, then we go into the Black Cell. Dream doesn't have a set amount of maps that you're doing, but after every Nightmare, you're gonna start over from like the starting point. We're gonna have actually 3 Dream baubles. Now, I'll come clean. I did not do Dream this season. I've done it many times in previous seasons, but this season I did not play any Dream. But if I had a fully upgraded Dream, you can get up to 4 starting baubles. But the optimal strat is to have 3 baubles, and I'll get to that in a bit. But then what you're gonna do is you're gonna choose here from options. Now you're gonna have all sorts of options. You're gonna have options like this, where for every 3 baubles of a type, you get 1 red bauble of that same type. So here we have gear baubles, which the gear baubles are very, very bad. You have things like this, that whenever the quality of a bubble changes, the quality for another bubble changes. And you're gonna have like special events, like starting from the next level of the Sweet Dream, whenever the Dream Omen is selected because of the effect of the Sweet Omen one time. What this essentially means is these options that you get are the Sweet Omens. So if you get a Sweet Omen that says add 3 bubbles, instead of adding 3 bubbles, it's gonna add 6 bubbles because the effect is gonna happen twice. From all of these, the upgrading quality by 1 is by far the best one, though. Because the way you want to play the Dream mechanic actually is, even though you have 12 bubbles, unless you have like, you know, every 3 commodity bubbles gain 1 red commodity, or every 6 commodity bubbles gain 1 rainbow commodity bubble, the way you actually want to play this mechanic is you want to stay at as few bubbles as possible, ideally just 3 bubbles, and you want to try and change all of these bubbles into either, ideally commodity bubbles as the best one, but there's also just generic bubbles. I actually forgot the name of the generic bubbles. Which are like decent. Or you can change it into compass bubbles, or, you know, all the other bubbles are pretty much dog shit, really. At least in the current set of Dream. Like, the only one you really care about is commodity or the generic one. Chat, what's the generic one's called? Whim, thank you.
Let's remove it from the
Pretty much, you just want to prioritize getting whim bubbles or commodity bubbles. If you can get it, I think the compass ones are decent. They're like mid-tier. I think slightly better than the compass ones is the card ones. And pretty much any other bubbles, like gear bubbles, cube bubbles, or just very RNG. Like, gear is always dog shit, completely trash, the worst one by far. Cube can sometimes give you a cube, but, you know, it is kind of gambling. Black Cell is like also just kind of mid-tier and stuff. But what we're gonna do is now we're gonna get into our first Sweet Dream. And again, our priority right now is we want to change all of these bubbles into commodity or into whim, ideally commodity, and we want to upgrade them to red. So we don't have any options here to upgrade them to like a good color. I mean, to a good type. So we're just going to choose the Black Cell one, and we're just going to upgrade it. Because if we do the Black Cell one, you know, it gets the gear bubble away, which is by far the worst bubble. So it improves that bubble. And we're going to get +3 quality, because we're getting +1, and then on top of that, this effect's also gonna occur once and give us another level. So this becomes orange, Black Cell, purple, black cell, and then additionally this upgrades to orange. Now, the max rank that you can actually get is red. You need to have either a special Sweet Dream affix to go from red to rainbow.
This is the
Rainbow is really, really good to get, and that is like super duper ideal for us to get. But most of the time, you're just aiming to try and get like 3 red, basically.
playing along.
And you want to get those 3 red to also then be a good color.
Okay.
Now, this mechanic also has like all sorts of like cool stuff to it. You'll sometimes when you're in the Dream Realm see like these mists on the ground, these blue mists. We haven't seen one yet. It is worth running over those because they can sometimes spawn chests, which can give you some FE, which is really nice.
Tell me, what did you just dream of?
But yeah, again, oh, fluorescent, that's slightly better than black cell. And now we have both our bubbles at red. Boom. So now, literally what you're just playing for is now, at this point, we can consider adding another bubble, if we do get the option to add one.
Note of permanent.
And then trying to get that to red as well.
Everyone can be a blossom.
And on top of that, we just want to try and change these both to commodity bubbles, so that we can maybe get some loot from it. Now, let's say you get into a situation where, you know, your 3 bubbles that you have to choose from all kind of suck. You don't want to choose any of them. Like, you know, all 3 options are just going to make it worse for you. You do have an option, you have a generic option that is always going to be available to you, that I'll show to you at the end of this one. This lightning, by the way, is a Sweet Dream that we got. I mentioned, like, the mist can sometimes give you the treasure chest. This time the mist gave us a lightning buff, which just one-shots all the enemies around us. So yeah, here, we have add 2 commodity bubbles or blue or better. So, because we already have 2 red bubbles, we could consider just doing this, but we are guaranteed to go into the nightmare in the next, one time we go in. So we're going to be better off just replicating these bubbles and hoping to get something good. But let's say all 3 of these options are completely awful, right? You can click this button at the bottom here, and this is always going to give you upgrade the quality of 1 bubble by 1 tier, no matter what. But we're just going to replicate our bubbles, and we're going to go into the nightmare.
Wait,
Now, we're only going to be able to go into the nightmare on the next map,
you had some.
but it is guaranteed that we'll be taken into the nightmare.
Probably not.
Now, this is basically going to be the payoff of the mechanic. All of what we've been doing up until this point has been building up the dream so that we can get our big payoff of the nightmare, which is where the loot is going to be.
Genius.
So this is not going to teleport us into the nightmare. The nightmare is going to be like an exact copy of the map, but it's very important when you do enter the nightmare, you do actually have to interact with this Crimson Lotus or Nightmare Lotus to start the nightmare. And once you start the nightmare, your objective is very simple. There's going to be these glowing marks on the map.
A middle note of
Let's see if we can find one. There's the glowing marks. You just want to run up to them and kill them. And at half HP, they're going to spawn mobs around them that tether to the sky that makes them immune to damage. You have to kill off the mobs it spawns to be able to hit this the thingy. And once you kill all 4 of them, you will then be able to exit the nightmare. Now, the last one is always going to be 3 phases because it spawns a boss at 33%.
says,
But once you kill the boss, you're able to kill him. And then when you interact with it, the bubbles are going to pop out. And as you can see, the loot is just absolutely pitiful. It is horrendous. This mechanic is entirely just, right now, in its current state, is just about commodity bubbles and win bubbles. Win bubbles are especially good because they, on average, pump out the most dream talkings.
probably not.
But commodity bubbles can sometimes drop you like 50 stacks and stuff like that. But this mechanic is just in a absolutely horrible state right now where all that you're pretty much praying for is just getting dream talkings. And my hope, and the reason I'm making this video, even though it might seem fruitless to a lot of people, is I'm coping and hoping and praying that going into the next season, that the compensation buffs are going to give Dream by removing the Dream Talkings is going to make it a mechanic where you can farm cards again, you can farm FE again, you can actually get something out of the mechanic. And it's not just this absolutely despair of mechanic that just doesn't drop anything. With all that being said though, let's quickly go over some core concepts about the mechanic. So the first thing is, there is a tree to the Dream mechanic.
New dream is like
The Dream Cloud Atlas. As you do maps, you're going to be getting points that you can then like spend,
still away.
you know, getting all of these main points and getting all of these side points. But I mentioned before that you can get to having 3 sorting bubbles or 4 sorting bubbles. This point gives you +1 initial bubble, and this point gives you +1 initial bubble. The optimal way to actually set up your dream bubbles is like this. You don't fully fill in the mechanic, and you don't bother putting in points on this side and this side, because both of these are just XP. You know, that doesn't actually give us more loot. And by dropping those 8 points, we are actually able to drop 1 +1 bubble in initial vision. And by dropping this 1 bubble, it actually makes it significantly easier if you're starting 3 bubbles to get all of them to red. Because this mechanic is all about consistency. We just want to, as consistent as possible, get as many reds as possible. And when you're like constantly like getting bad options and you need to like choose the, you know, upgrade 1 bubble by 1 tier option, it's very often that you're going to end up like, you know, not being able to get every bubble to plus to red. And when you have 4 bubbles, the odds of you getting them all to, like getting any of them to red, it just goes down a significant amount. But when you have 3 bubbles, you can like pretty reliably, unless you get pulled in like on a 10% nightmare, just get like 2 bubbles to red. Sometimes 3 bubbles to red. Which just makes your dreams a lot more consistent and a lot better. So this is actually the optimal way to do it. It is not worth it to put in all the points in the Dream Atlas, even though that does seem a bit counterintuitive. Now let's quickly go over the compass for Dream. Dream is unfortunately not in a good state at all, if it wasn't clear from what I just said. The only compass you have for Dream is going to be a blue compass, which is this, Nightmare Compass, and all it does is it just spawns the dream, which essentially lets you save 15 points on the Atlas tree, which is quite nice. Then as for the Atlas tree itself, it is worth it to take all of the points here on the right. All of these points here makes it that you're less likely to enter the Nightmare, and your whole strat in this farm is you don't want to go into the Nightmare. You want to stay outside the Nightmare for as long as possible, to upgrade your bubbles as much as possible. That being said, then on the left side, it's worth going to this for the sweet dreams, because now this is something that might change in the next patch, but this is at least something that is currently very worth it to go for. This node right here, in round stages, you have a 10% chance to spawn 1 additional nightmare monster that can drop Queen's Grace. This monster that spawns actually spawns a boss monster in your map. And in the current state of Dream, this boss monster is like probably your main source of Dream Talkings from this mechanic. This boss literally drops more Dream Talkings than the bubbles from Dream itself, which is just absolutely stupid. So maybe in the next patch, you know, this boss isn't really going to drop anything. It's not going to be worth it anymore with the Dream Talkings being removed. Maybe it's going to be an FE Pinata, but, you know, this is something you can definitely experiment and test with. But even if you don't take these points, you can go up here. These points are worth it to get the 20% additional drop quant. And you'd never take these points. These 4 points on the left side are not worth it at all. And most people do not take them in the strats. So that being said, if you then drop the 15 points to spawn the dream, and you drop these 4 points here, you end up with Dream being like just a mid-investment mechanic. You can run Dream and like run 2 other mechanics with it realistically, or at least 1 big other mechanic with it. It's a very like low investment mechanic, but we're gonna have to see if it actually has any payoff in the next season. Let's go over the pet. Now the pet's gonna be an interesting one. In the new season, you are gonna be able to actually hand in your pet, because of the Dream interpretations being removed from the mechanic. If you have the pet, I would suggest just holding on to it for a bit. Just feel out the mechanic first. Let other people feel it out. You don't even have to like try it yourself. Just see what other people are saying about the mechanic. If people are saying this mechanic is like absolutely insane, is printing FE, maybe keep the pet. Maybe try the mechanic out. But if people are like really bad about it, or if there's a different mechanic you want to farm, you can exchange this pet and exchange it for like pretty much any pet except the brand new pet that comes out. Like the brand new lake pet that comes out. As for what this pet does, I mean, one of the big things it actually has is this 4% additional Dream Talking drop quantity. We don't know what's going to happen to that. They didn't show us the new Shepherd pet. We don't know how they're changing it. Last time when they changed the turnout, they actually did show us the new pet. So it's going to be interesting to see how they change this pet. And on top of that, I mean, But otherwise, it's pretty good. It makes it that when you're in the nightmare and you're busy killing the roots. So I mentioned that you have like those big circles you're killing. Those are the roots, and there's 4 of them in every nightmare. You have a 10% chance for them to drop a dream bubble. So that insane rainbow commodity bubble that you have a 10% chance from every root for that bubble to just drop. And you just get an extra rainbow bubble in your dream, which is awesome. Then at level 2 and level 4, it gives you a chance for another Sweet Dream Omen selection. So essentially, it gives you another chance to, upgrade your bubbles once again, or add a bubble at the very end. Just do something like that at the very end once you enter the nightmare. At level 3 and at level 5, you're able to re-roll your Dream Omens. So, like, your Sweet Dream Omens that you get, let's say you get 3 awful options, you do get the option to actually re-roll them and try to get something better. And then lastly, at level 6, it just increases the Dream Bubble drop chance from 10% to 13%. Pretty generic, pretty standard for a pet. One of the better pets to have only at level 1. Because being able to get 4% quantity of items dropped on nightmare monsters, and 4% additional drop quantity, and 12% drop quantity is very, very, very powerful. Now, I will admit, in the map I ran, I did not have this pet equipped. That's because I just don't have the space in any of my pack spreads to have it, and because I don't play the Dream mechanic. So, the loot you saw was missing like 100% additional quant. So, over 100% quant. So, realistically, instead of dropping like 2 FE, I would have dropped 4 FE, maybe 5 FE. Yeah, it's not the greatest, but let's hope. Let's hope that this video isn't in vain, and let's hope that going into the next season, that this mechanic's actually pretty good. I thought I'd just pump this video out quickly, because I knew it would be a very short one. There's a lot of tech things, like, there's not that much tech things, but like, there's a lot more detail I could go into. I just didn't think it would be necessary if the mechanic's completely ass. Because if the mechanic is good, I think I gave you the information you would need to like actually run it optimally in the new lake. And I think the majority of people, you're not even going to try the mechanic, and it's just going to be unfortunately bad. But with all that being said, I hope you guys had a lovely, lovely video, and I'll see you all again next time. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye. Moki, what do you mean I'm making shit up? Huh? Do you want to fucking fight? Do I plan on making Terra skills, a guide on how Terra skills work with being the focus of the season? Maybe once we have TLIDB. Maybe once we have TLIDB. Like, I think I know how the Terra skills work. In fact, I'm like 90% sure I know how they're gonna work and stuff. But until we have TLIDB, I'm not 100% certain. You're 5 foot nothing, by the way. You don't want these hands. Bruh. Mia's honor misinformation org. Bruh. The fuck you... You know, I gave you guys a bonus stream. I've been live for almost 4 hours. I'm out here overworking myself. And this is how I'm treated? How are you, sweet kitty? I'm doing well. Meow. What's wrong with Returnal? It got reworked, that's all. And the rework has been, like, really bad. TLB when? An idea? No idea, sorry. You still owe us a 500 stream backlog. Bruh. I could consider that, but, like, Pal World is kind of fun. And when I'm done with Pal World, I'm gonna fucking play Marvel Rivals again. Vorax guide plan? Ooh, Vorax is a good one to make a guide for. Because you can Vorax is has a lot of nitty gritty in it that you can go into. Vorax is a fucking hard one to make a video for though. Because there's like 4 different strats you can show off. Okay, chat. I'm gonna go pee again. BRB. Oh, chat. Yeah, I'm back. Chat. Oh, just on stream. I think it might be an end stream angle. I'm sorry for making you guys wait for me to pee. But I don't know what other content to make. Like, I have other things I need to work on and do, but I don't know, there's so much yapping and effort. And I have the hardest job in the world. Just stream power then? No, bro, I've been awake for like I've been awake for like 25 hours. I'm, I don't remember when I woke up yesterday, but I think I woke up yesterday at like between 7 and 8 p.m. And it's fucking 9 now. Like, I'm actually just exhausted as fuck. You're living Gemo 3? How's it going? Does the Gemo 3 seem good? You're a bit gooner. I'm not a gooner. What do you think about League starting Minion Sage? I would need to do practice runs first then. Like, all the minion buffs do make me want to kind of try out the Minion Sage build, but I think I'm just gonna wait for next season and then try it out at some point. It's like, I just don't play minion builds, so I know so little about them. But all the like new minion elixirs, like I know the elixirs are not even made for Sage. They're literally made for like the minion characters themselves to use. But I think it would still be interesting to just try it on Sage and see if it's like any good. Yeah, I think that's normal, by the way. It's like people that play Arrow Annual on G3 just do strength stacking. I'm pretty sure that's the norm.
He's rotting. The Undertaker will probably need a sharp shovel just to scrape his.
I wonder what the reaction's gonna be to the tier list. Because, like, I don't want to fucking spend the effort doing the next 4 tier lists if everyone just comes out after the first video and just says, like, yo, this format's not it, this is dog shit, I just want my 5-minute slop. Tier list looking? Oh, where's the tier list? That's not the tier list. There you go, there's your tier list. Do you know how I would go about simulating the Ghostblade nerf? No. Why would you want to play Ghostblade? Well, you're talking way too much to Yona. That person's spewing fucking shit in your head. What's next? You're gonna play fucking Shadow Swamp? I don't think separating into categories does that much. Yeah, but I mean, my thought behind it is it's really difficult to like compare a spellcaster to a melee attack build. You know? It's like it's so difficult for me to compare them because they just have different power spikes. They have different points in the game where they're good and bad. Like spellcasters generally have like a slower early game. How do you compare Anger Rayan to Rosa 2? It's no different. Yeah, like that's true, but then at the same time, Anger is just bad, so it's like chill. Like yeah, it's like a bit difficult for like Rayan 1 specifically was like really like really difficult to think about and like work through. Rayan 2 Spectral Sashgun? Rosa 2 Spectral Sashgun? Yes. And yes. Yeah, and like Rosa 1's Demolisher skills. But at least with Demolisher skills, like I can say for certain that it gets like stuck. I mean, like, I don't know. Besides, think about the content, okay? 5 times the engagement on a tier list video. So just one tier list video that gets 10,000 views. You're 5. No, I'm joking. This was an honest attempt to like make a more productive tier list. And instead of like just making a video that's like, you know, just slop and slop and slop, actually like a video that is forcing me into putting effort and thought into the builds. Make a best push to profound tier list. Yeah, but like pushing to profound is like, bro, these people that are pushing to profound week 2 of the season, like, it like actually, it doesn't matter what character they play. You can put effort into a 4 and make it not so. Yeah, but who the fuck is watching a 4-hour tier list video? I thought about that, by the way. I thought about making a 4-hour long tier list video. I think if I were to do that, if I were to do that, the way I would go about it is I would only like really go in detail on like the top dogs, basically. Like characters I put in S and A tier, I would actually go into like detail over the builds people play on them. You know? And like for the lower tier characters, just straight up say like, you know, none of people play this character. These are the skills they played on them, but you know, the character overall didn't perform super well, blah 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 blah. Because my logic behind it was just, if I split into like sections like this, it makes it a much more like consumable, or like, you know, it makes it much more consumable. Because at least for me, like, if I'm like new to an ARPG or new to an RPG game, I'm going into it knowing that I want to play a spellcaster. So if I see a tier list for the spellcasters that goes in detail explaining every spellcaster and shit, you know, that's like the perfect content for me. I don't really care about like the other builds and stuff. Like I just want to know about, you know, how the different spellcasters perform, which characters are spellcasters, etc. I think that was the main thought though. It's just like what I personally would want. Because when I'm like, you know, if I'm getting into an RPG, like I'll be honest with you, I'll just look at the characters visually and be like, this character looks nice, I'm gonna play them. But if I were to consult a tier list, like I know what archetypes I don't want to play from the get go. I know which archetypes I'd be okay to play and which ones I want to play. And I think most people that play RPGs are like the same, but at the same time, I'm so confusing actually, because a lot of times it just feels like people just want to know what does the most number. Yeah, it's the exact same effort if you do all of them. You mentioned the other would be hard and long. I mean, it's just hard and long because it's actual effort. It's not just slop. It's actual brain power being used, which is fine with me. The big issue I see is you might put a minion build into S tier for minions, but S tier for minions is actually like C tier for Dex spellcaster. But that's the whole point of it, right? Because that's what I was thinking. It's like, yo, minion builds might not be on the same level as attack caster or spellcaster or whatever, But that's why I want to split it, because if you want to play minions, this is the best option. Because I can always in the video just talk about it. I can say like, yo, minions at the moment are kind of underperforming. So even though this is the best minion, you know, because in this video I specifically go on a tangent. I specifically talk about the fact that this is like the top tier, the top dogs. That melee attackers are like the best of the best. I'll dislike them all regardless of me. Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to play Peak with Mulky again. Mulky Peak was really good. I went into Void's chat, like I raided Void yesterday and I was talking to him. And the first thing he would like talk to me about was this Void guy has to go club and how it haunts him. That shit was so peak. Oh, TorchCon Milky. Did you have a good time? Your city boy now is 100% your vibe? Let's go. That's awesome. Dude, I want to make my Sage guide really badly. I also want to start leveling an E1. What's like the best twink setup to do for an E1 leveling? Because I don't want to do a practice run. I just want to like equip rhythms and just go super fast. I literally just want to get to level 90 ASAP so that I can do testing. Getting to level 90 is such a slog though. But it's just like, I need to know, you know? If my Sage, Arrow, Einer, Yor multi-strike build makes more sense on E1 or not. I guess I'll also add this to the list. Like, dude, I'm recording like fucking 2 videos a day. I'm recording like 2 videos a day, and I have to fucking make this many videos before the server launches. I need to up my pace. This is a problem. I need to stop playing Palworld. Respec current Sage. Sage is not Erica 1, unfortunately. So I can't test the Erica 1 setup on Sage. Where is tier list? There is tier list. Very exciting, I know. What happened to other characters? This is only melee attack pulls. Not extremely. Novender, E1 got like a fucking 50% damage buff this season, okay? You get like 100% damage buff this season. Next season she's getting another 200%, okay? Just give it some time. She's catching up. Your end is nigh. Your end is nigh. The fuck is this? Oh. What is Scorpionista's buff? Why is it like different from the actual icon? Looks so weird. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm like 50-50, but I think I'm just gonna end the stream here, guys. I'm sorry. I've been awake for like 25 hours now. I'm just really sleepy. I think even though I could just keep going until midnight and just like stream for like another 3 to 4 hours, or like another 3 hours, I genuinely think anything I record now or any content I do now, if I just do it tomorrow morning instead, it's just gonna be better. Like if I get a good night's rest, I play a few hours of Power Word in the morning, I start stream early, and I do like an 8-hour stream, I can like pump out everything I want to do. And actually like get a bunch of videos done. So, with that in mind, good night Twitch chat, good night YouTube, good night Kek, if there's even someone there. I hope you all have a lovely, lovely day further. And I'll see you all again tomorrow. I'll start my stream early tomorrow. This time for real. Like, I'll actually start my stream tomorrow early. I'm not gonna say this time that I'm gonna start early and then play Power Word all day, I promise. I will actually start my stream at a somewhat reasonable time, and I will actually stream at least 6 hours tomorrow. At least. Ideally 8, but at least 6. Good night, chat. Good night, bye-bye.